Well, hello and welcome. I'm Nosh, your GM, and joining me today are our players Mel, Rigel Kent,
Hello.
Gigerman, Ronki, and FX Engineer. We're playing session 3 of a GURPS Cliffhangers adventure entitled The Uncanny Curse of Sekhmet by J.C. Connors. In our previous session, our heroes arrived at the dig site of the preeminent Scottish archaeologist Dr. C.C. Edgar, and Dr. Edgar allowed the adventurers to spend a night in the fabled contemplation chamber of Sekhmet, where a mystical dream helped the heroes find a secret room. An ancient wall painting in that chamber pointed the heroes to the next clue. Before the team could withdraw from the tomb, however, those rascals, the Testament of Vipers, arrived and attempted to coerce everyone by means of tear gas and hand grenades into disclosing this final clue.
Jerks.
However, the grenades caused a catastrophic cave-in, flooding the chambers and killing the Vipers. The heroes narrowly escaped it all and find themselves standing alongside of visibly irritated Scottish archaeologists, standing at the edge of his ruined dig, cursing to the heavens at the stupidity of revolutionary thugs. What clues will the pseudo-pyramid of Meidum offer our plucky adventurers?
Wait, I don't believe I agreed to being plucky.
Okay, well, maybe you'll be unplucky or prickly or unprickly. Our sessions are available on YouTube and as audio-only podcasts. You can find the links in the video description. We invite you to like this video and subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Now, before we begin, is there any character business to attend to?
Negative for Duke.
I know I spent 1 point in ancient Egyptian written, but I don't know what I spent the other points on. Bad player, bad.
I don't believe I had anything in mind.
Now, this is the last session, so time to spend what points you have.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'd like to spend my points, but I don't remember what I'm allowed to spend them on.
Well, anything you actually practiced, you are certainly welcome to drop points into.
That's what I mean. I don't remember what I practiced other than like throwing a line.
Well,
Some
you
people-
say you
yeah.
practiced this, and the GM's not going to be able to remember, so he'll just approve it.
That's it. We're all starting from scratch here.
I'd like to.
We do that to Ronki all the time.
Marissa is going to guarantee that we do not need to roll on climbing by purchasing the climbing skill.
Well done.
Okay. Can I do climbing as well, and then maybe pistol, guns, pistol?
Sure.
2. That's 3 points.
Anyone else? Hearing silence, well, we're going to get right into it. So you are brushing yourselves off of the wetted, matted sand on your clothing, and there's Dr. Edgar shaking his fists at the heavens, shaking his fists down at the flooded chamber, and all his hard work washed away. Oh, those stupid idiots! How dare they? All my work gone, gone.
Scottish man yells at cloud.
Not really a cloud. Yeah, bunch of jackholes. I gotta find the appropriate slang.
So, surveying the area, you see the pickup truck that the now dead British soldiers were trying to use for cover. And you see a bunch of huddled assistants kind of hiding behind a tool shed. And you're still at the sort of the top of the dig site, or at least what still remains of it.
All right. Is there any more of these Viper dudes running around?
Not a one. They all fell to their deaths and drowned in the chamber.
Well, that was convenient.
Snakes. Why does it always have to be snakes?
There's no snake in there.
They were vipers.
Oh,
Aha!
okay. I see your point.
So Edgar stomps off to see to his attendants.
Oh, I wanted
And-
to consult him with the. Wait, no, he told it. Did he? He was the guy who identified the Meidum hieroglyphics, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Right.
So I guess he already knows that's where we need to go next.
Yep. But we probably need to at least lend a hand here.
And as the doctor gets down to his assistants, he says, "Where's Alberto? Where is Alberto? What's happened to Alberto?" And it appears that Alberto had not come back. He'd left the camp after you guys had gone down into the chamber. Apparently, he left in the middle of the night.
Wow. Wonder if he called these dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's investigate his tent or quarters.
He conveniently packed up all his things and left, as if to say, "I'm not coming back."
Rotten scum.
It's a shame a PC wasn't above ground to see it happen.
I think it'll be fine. Unless it won't. Wait, right. I gotta remind myself what my character is.
Can we see what form of transport he took?
It appears that he took the only other vehicle that they had and left the lorry truck that the Brits were using.
So this is a desert. Tracks should be reasonably easy to follow if we wanted to catch him.
Yes, indeed.
Well, this being the desert, there are only a few probably reasonable destinations from here. In the general direction where the tracks go.
Do we
What-
care?
What is that way?
That
Where
way
we
is
go.
exactly the way you came in, and would lead you to presume that he hightailed it to Cairo.
All right. Do we care? As long as we get to
not.
Meidum before he does.
How far away is Meidum? Assuming the doc knows where that is.
Yeah, it's in. Why I knew where it was.
It's the doctor, or if if Willie wants to throw an archaeology roll into the table.
I can do that. And
look at that.
succeeded by 3.
So you recall that the Meidum pyramid is located on the edge of the Western Desert, about 62 miles south of Cairo. And it would be about a few hours of driving along a desert road. However, you could also go to Cairo and rent a boat and take it up the Nile.
Technically, I think it'd be down the Nile.
Take it up the Nile is not a euphemism, is it?
South of Cairo would be up the Nile. North of Cairo would be down the Nile.
Wow. Yeah, the only problem with the boat is it doesn't go directly next to the pyramid. We'd have to stop at like Alvasta or something like that, and then proceed on foot.
And you're pretty sure that there is a road that does go close to the to where the Meidum pyramid is.
I think we should take a boat.
I mean, how?
Do we
Because-
have anybody that can drive a boat?
No, we get the Rock. We charter his boat.
That's right. How common is it to get a boat? I mean, is that just go buy a ticket, get one, get on one?
You could probably rent a boat. You could probably jump on a boat.
Would getting a boat actually be faster?
Willie could probably buy a boat.
How about an airplane?
It's landing
Got
it that's the problem.
Get a little water boat
So could we
or a
tell
water plane.
from like any of us be able to know, would it be faster to just go straight to the site or go through Cairo and get a boat?
Yeah, good question. Like the logistics of finding a boat and then getting there versus just going.
Ultimately, I think it'd probably end up being about the same because, if we go to just drive directly, that's like, say, he said a couple hours, 2 hours. Otherwise, it's like we're going to go into Cairo and we're going to have to find a boat and then get a crew and then set sail. And that'll probably be about 2 hours.
Of course, this is the same group that decided to climb the walls of Calcutta and not bribe the police. So I presume you're going to go by way of the Suez Canal.
Damn it. How did you know? Wait, no. This is 36. When was the Suez Canal built?
Doesn't matter. We should take the boat. This is Cliffhangers. Every Cliffhangers has a boat adventure.
Right. We had the plane adventure. We had the
Yeah.
swimming adventure.
We need a boat
We've
adventure
done
where
air
we
and
fight
land. We haven't
crocodiles.
done sea. But no, whichever one is the more direct route is probably the one we should be taking.
Well,
Now, where exactly are we?
Well, you are, let's see, at the City of Lions. You're 39 miles north of Cairo.
Okay, so we got to pass through Cairo regardless.
That's right.
I'm getting thirsty.
Right, but we have to get back to Cairo. So we probably want to take any of the wounded with us into Cairo in the truck, along with the professor. Let him report the crazy psychos. Unless he decides, nope, screw that, I'm going with you guys to the pyramid.
The doctor, he simply wants to return to Cairo and report all of this to the authorities, of course.
Right. Yep, and we'll want to take the other people and the wounded in the truck. Let's pile everybody into the truck and head to Cairo.
Barring any objections from any of the other characters, you can head right to Cairo if you wish.
Marissa's already loading her stuff in the truck.
All right. unless someone really doesn't want to go to Cairo by truck, and you can continue your argument en route as to what way you should get to the Meidum pyramid. But you'll all jump in the truck, load the injured Tommies, and head off south to Cairo. And over that period of time, the doctor simply says, going to give you some information about the Meidum pyramid if you'd like it, if you would like it.
Absolutely.
So
What can you tell us?
He tells you the Meidum site was recently excavated in 1928, but has been abandoned for a few years. He doesn't know of any work that's been going on there since that time. And he said most of the mastabas, or the square mud brick tombs that populated the pyramid area, most were robbed years ago and contain empty chambers and are squirreled by hastily dug robber tunnels. But he said some of the mastabas are still sealed and were never touched by tomb robbers or archaeologists.
We're probably going to need some tools and stuff, right?
He says if you're thinking of getting into those unopened mastabas, you may need to bring in a general contracting company. However, yes, some picks and some lever bars and rope, perhaps a winch, all of these things would be most useful.
Remind me what it was we found out that pointed us here.
That handout. When the sun sets above Meidum and the shadows fall on the mastaba tombs of the dead princes, Sekhmet's pointed shadow shall take the living to the eternal sun halls of Hatshepsut.
Hatshepsut.
I wanted to intentionally mispronounce it.
Which one was that?
Handout D, Contemplations.
Are these images all really small? Suddenly, to everyone else.
I had to enlarge it.
I think Fantasy Grounds did that.
I may have done that just to make for real estate on my screen.
The GM may have done that. Okay, so we need to get to Meidum then at sunset.
Right, and it's
And
fairly early in the day.
Yes,
from
it's
memory.
very early in the day. It's very early in the day.
That's good because we're apparently going to spend some time buying material and renting a boat.
Okay, so we, since we're passing through Cairo, then we can stop and pick up some crap on our way out.
Excellent. We'll advance the clock. You get to Cairo without incident. The doctor instantly heads over to the British High Commission offices after directing you to the local British military detachment where the soldiers are removed and taken into the hospital. The doctor waves you off and says, "Leave it to me. I'll handle the authorities. Besides which, I want to make sure that they're going to go after these bastards."
I'll definitely keep you up to date, Doc.
And good luck at Meidum.
We don't need luck. We got skill.
He waves
Okay,
you
maybe not.
goodbye, and off you go into the crowded streets of Cairo, heading towards where exactly?
Market? buy stuff.
Where does one get this sort of tools? There's not an archaeologist or us,
Well,
or is that
the,
just the university?
the good doctor will direct you to where he would find some supplies.
Does anyone have merchant?
I do, actually. And Arabic. Although they'd be speaking Egyptian here, not Arabic.
No, that should be Arabic at this point.
I think you'll get along just fine with Arabic.
Very good. Look at me
All right.
carrying everybody's dead weight.
Alrighty. So, how would you like to go about getting all of your equipment?
I could just make a merchant roll and
Well, what do we need? Anything specific or just digger's tools?
climbing gear, bigger stuff.
Climbing would be good, yeah.
All the stuff that was recommended by the doctor. Extra food and water. And maybe we should get some porters so that we have cannon fodder.
Don't have that much money.
Make a merchant roll at +1 because of the good tip the doctor gave you.
Well, I succeeded by 1, tried to fail.
Okay. All right. So we'll say that you managed to find a good place where you can rent a winch and buy some rope. And they point you to another place where you can get some lead bars for lifting heavy blocks and some picks.
Yes, I was
And
totally thinking that.
is there anything else you think you need?
Apparently, we need a boat.
Ah,
Do
yes.
they
Possibly
have
some
clues
porters.
here?
Nope. I have to sail down the river, up the river.
There are any number of boats moving up and down the Nile.
We want the one that has the rock on it.
Sorry, they couldn't afford him as a guest star.
Okay, then we want the one that has the stone on it.
But you do find the right Egyptian with a boat. It's nothing great to look at, but on the other hand, won't draw much attention to you.
Groovy. Heading
He's a
up the Nile.
stout fellow. He's a stout fellow with a beard and a Shriner's cap,
You mean a fez?
a fez.
Fezzes are cool.
Damn it, you beat me to it.
Ah,
Come on to my boat. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take you up the Nile. I'll show you where the period of Meidum is. I know a great place to put the boat, and the walk won't be long. Trust me.
Awesome. I don't have body language or anything like that. So I'm absolutely going to trust him because I'm also stupid overconfident. Fantastic. All right, everybody. Let's pile in and head up the river.
Any objections to the ship's captain and the boat in particular?
Nope. I'm paying,
Depends.
so they don't get a choice.
Do you have a picture of him? Do you have a picture of him? And can you put him on the combat tracker?
I don't have a picture of him. I can't put him on the combat tracker.
Well, if you did put him on the combat tracker, would he be red or yellow or green?
Where is your roles to determine all these good things?
Doesn't
I
matter.
have detect lies actually.
I'm
Yes,
paying
we
him.
do.
Is what he's claiming legit?
He appears totally legit. You'd probably say you get a good authentic feeling from him.
Now I'm worried. Duke will jump on board and find a good seat that'll give him a nice view of the trip.
Where he can jump out in a hurry.
And get eaten by crocodiles.
That's
Or
right.
hippos.
Right into a Nile croc. Johnny, you
Hippo
jumping on?
crocs.
Does he have a deckhand? Or is he a solo operator?
He's a solo. He's a solo operator. Come. Quick.
Come on, ladies.
Patience. You're jumping on board?
Oh, sorry.
She wants to hang on the outside just to get that feeling going again.
Are you? I don't see like a map or anything, but yeah, I'm going with the party.
All right. So everybody jumps onto Raphael's boat, and up the Nile you go. He seems happy. He seems joyous. His pockets are weighted down with some American dollars. He's even happier. And he goes along and starts to tell you all about his adventures growing up on the river and how he got his boat. Any questions for Raph?
How long will this trip take? And what can you tell us about the place we're going and the walk we have to undertake?
The walk is not very far. You'll be just fine. Perhaps you didn't need all this equipment, but I think you should be fine. Maybe a half an hour walk from the river.
If someone was to take a car or a truck from Cairo to this place, would they get there faster than the boat?
Oh, I don't think so. I think the road is very, how do you say, windy. Windy, windy. You again get the sense he's being very genuine.
Man, Duke is one suspicious fellow, isn't he?
Raph will get you there in good time. We won't have to wait for and deal with any traffic, except for the crocodiles, but they stay away from my boat.
Crocodiles are neat.
Yeah, they're a lot neater from inside the boat.
So you pass numerous larger boats, smaller boats, workaday Egyptians going up and down the Nile. And about mid-afternoon, he slows down and says, right over here, into this little place I can take you. You can jump off, no crocodiles, and start heading to the west.
Let's see. So that pyramid is like, I want to say 200 feet tall. Is that right? Look that up again. I'm just wondering if we can see it from here.
Ah,
It's about 200 feet. Yes, about that.
Just because it makes it more interesting, I'm going to pre-roll my danger sense roll. So in the event it ever comes up, you don't have to ask me to roll, because then that
Okay.
just automatically tells me something's happening.
All right.
Now you can just drop it on us.
Okay.
Did we have? Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Did you find what you're looking for there, Willie?
I was just wondering if we could see the pyramid from the Nile. Glass.
Well,
maybe that'll do it. Hold on.
You start walking up this trail that takes you away from the river, and indeed, Raph was true to his word. There is a trail, a path that's leading into the drier landscape, and very much off in the distance, you can see what appears to be a large structure on the horizon to the west.
Actually, yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I just found the pyramid on Google Maps and faced the river, and you could just barely make it out.
So as you get closer, other forms become clearer to you. You can see the mastabas, the brick buildings that the doctor had told you have been mostly explored, although some haven't been completely explored. But anyway, they're peppering the area around the pyramid.
It's quite cool.
Outstanding.
Is this a map you made, or is it part of the adventure?
Yeah, this is a map. This is a map I made.
Well, looks like we need to go up there onto the pyramid.
So
Time
How
of day.
much time we got?
well, we'll
Said
say
was
that
it?
you we'll say that it's getting to about the early part of the afternoon, early to mid, and you're just where it says to the Nile. That's where you're sort of appearing on the map.
So on this map, are we able to identify the mastaba tombs?
Yes, all of those brick-like looking structures that you see are actual mastabas.
Do we know the ones that belong to the dead princes, or are they all belonging to dead princes?
Yeah, you wouldn't know that in particular. Dr. Edgar didn't go into that kind of detail. The presumption is that they contain the bodies of important um, royal family members, as well as various court officials who were high up in the court administration.
So if we were to sort of visualize where the sun's going to set and where the shadow's going to be cast, which mastabas would the shadow be falling on?
Well, from where the sun is in the sky, you would guess that the shadow is going to fall
That's
somewhere.
cheating, by the way.
You're going to guess it's going to follow and fall somewhere in this area over here.
Are you pointing somewhere? Okay, so that's the west.
So the west is kind of this way.
So that would be west. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the sun should be coming sort of from where this arrow is.
All right, so the shadow is going to be cast.
Yeah, in that kind of area.
Possibly to that one.
So, wherever you wish to start, please do.
So, I'm going to start looking around in that
Tents.
area. Are there tents there?
There
What
are
they look
two
like
tents.
when I zoom in.
There are two tents.
So there are people here already.
You do see two tents as you get closer.
Duke Will. Let me check his traits.
Willie is curious. He's going to climb the pyramid. I'm going to go to the top, guys.
Overhead look.
Yep.
Shouldn't we check these tents first?
Sure, you can do that, but I want to
They
see what's
could
on
be
the
the
top.
They could be the bad guys.
Well,
more
we take care
vipers.
of them.
Shoot him. You know, politely.
You got your bean shooter on you.
All right. Well, if you wish to explore the tents and climb the pyramid, we can do both.
Well, Duke will say, "Who's coming with me?" I'm going to see who we got here with us.
I think Patience will draw her pistol, give
Man,
Duke a
she's
nod,
just
and
as suspicious as you are.
yep, and then kind of just head and lead the
I
way.
think
Kind of
the
gesture.
two of you should get married and have super suspicious babies.
Is the scale on this correct? Do we have a scale? I guess we do.
Yeah, the scale should be fairly correct.
Yeah, that's a fair distance. Okay. I think Talon is actually going to start walking out to that building and sort of.
Right, we're gonna get all sorts of spread out. GM's like, ah!
He's doing the opposite of Willie. So he's
Okay.
going to go out to that end and see what he can see from there.
Okay.
Sand
So-
ninjas are gonna strike.
So we've got Johnny going out to that mastaba. We got Duke going to the tents. We got Willie climbing the pyramid. And what are Marissa and Patience going to do?
Patience was going with Duke.
Okay.
And Marissa is going to go with Johnny because lecherousness.
Righto.
Right.
Okay, we're gonna start
Sweet.
then.
I'm
with,
off by
we're gonna-
myself.
We're going to start with Willie climbing the pyramid. So it's about 213 feet above the desert. It's a three-stepped great pyramid.
Yep. Gonna
And-
take my time.
You can see that a lot of rubble has come down from the top of the pyramid that has collapsed. So it's going to take you 5 climbing rolls, but the last
boy.
3 are at -3.
Ooh, that's gonna suck.
It gets worse.
It gets worse because he's got to climb sheer walls at the very end.
I suspect he's going to stop at the -3 and spend some time trying to figure it out. Because I've only got an 11 in climbing.
Okay.
All right. Well, First one. Let's see if I can fall on my face. Nope. I succeeded by 3. The second one. I failed by 2.
All right. So
I died.
Yeah, we have climbing gear.
I don't think you're going to quite die, but you can certainly drop back down to that first level. And who was going to the tent? Duke and Patience.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Willie,
We'll
you
approach
take-
stealthily.
Stealth. Yeah, I was
Okay.
going to say stealth
right.
and pistol drawn.
You know, if you find
Now-
anybody there, they're going to be serious people.
So first of all, Willie, take a 1 hit point of damage from your fall.
Oof.
And Patience, you want to throw a stealth check out there, please?
Yes. Stealth. Just let's see. Stealth. Oops, I rolled twice by accident. Success by
Okay.
3 on my first one.
So you guys are trying to sneakily go over to the tents, but Duke steps on
Drum
I'm
sand.
going to say a drum set exactly.
Sweet.
Duke
I'm the
takes
only one that's going to survive when the worms attack. Because look at you guys.
Duke takes a bit of a plunge and swears out loud as he hits the ground, and dust goes flying up everywhere, looking like a bit of a snowball in the sand. However, nobody comes out of those tents. And Marissa and Johnny, you keep walking towards that last mastaba that you see.
Yeah, it's going to take a minute.
Do the
Let's go
tents
back
look like
to-
they've been occupied, or have they
Ye-
just been flapping here in the desert for weeks?
Since you've been coming forward, you haven't noticed any traffic coming or going from them, but they don't look like they've been up there for a long time. You would say they've been there for a couple of weeks, but you'd have to get inside to determine if they're actually in use.
Well, Patience, shall we go and have a look?
Patience?
Oh, sorry, I turned my mic off. Patience looks at the Duke and she's like, "After you, cowboy."
And you hear this voice screaming from the pyramid. What do you say, Willie?
Hey, it's a really tough climb, everyone.
And you hear that coming off the edges of the pyramid. So you two enter. Which tent do you enter? Do you enter the one closest to the left side of the map, or the one that's a little more into the map?
Which way did we approach from?
Well, you tell me. You were trying to be stealthy. Maybe you came around behind the pyramid?
Yeah, so in that case, we'd probably go for the left one.
All right. Okay. So the western tent, as you approach it, it's flapping lazily in the wind. As you approach it, you can see that there are 6 empty crates. And there is a box of flares, and there are several coils of heavy rope.
We've all played computer RPGs. We know what to do with crates.
Look for a hammer.
The empty crates. Is there any markings on the crates that would indicate what was transported in them?
No, in fact, they look like they've just sort of been newly put together. The wood is quite new.
So perhaps something is to be put into them later.
Could be a good deduction.
By any chance, did we pick up flares when we gathered our archaeologist gear?
I don't think you picked up flares.
Gonna pick up some
Unless
flares.
the doc suggested that.
All right.
And Duke will hand some to patients. I think these might come in handy. We've got plenty of rope, so then Duke will continue sneaking over to the next tent.
All right. I dropped the hand flares into the party sheet.
Are those the ones that you just kind of strike the end and then they just have like a flame coming out from the end?
Yeah. All right. So, Willie, are you going to try and climb that next level?
Oh,
Willie?
sorry. Yes. I was in the process of reading something. Yes. And he's going to take some extra time and use the rope that he does have.
Okay. Throw a +1 on that roll then.
Is it just +1?
Sorry. You're taking extra time
Yep.
with the rope?
I think that'd be 2,
Sure. +2.
which, still only puts me at 13.
Excellent.
I made it by 4.
And now the climb gets even more difficult. So, Johnny and Marissa, let's say you get to about here. You can see my little green arrow.
Right.
You get to about there, and you hear a voice coming from. Let's see here. Make sure I get the right area. You hear a voice coming from over here.
FX.
So you hear a voice coming from over here, an English voice saying or shouting, "Hello, hello, can I help you?" And it's a female's voice.
Are they yelling at us or yelling at the rest of them?
They're yelling at you, or she is yelling at you, and you can see what appears to be a female figure waving at you and sort of walking towards you.
I suppose we'll go meet them.
All right.
Is it somebody we recognize?
Too far away at the moment, but it looks like a blonde.
Uh-oh. I'm suddenly thinking of the chick from Indy 3.
That'd be about
And
right.
as you get closer, you see this woman approaching.
Holy crap, it is the chick from Indy 3. I can fix her.
Margarit.
So let's say you guys meet about here. Hello there. What on earth brings you out to the pseudo pyramid? It's so
Yeah.
rare to find people coming out.
Didn't really think through what how I would respond to that question.
Yeah, and it just occurred to me that I think Johnny and Marissa are quite possibly the non-talkers of the group.
I mean, Johnny's charisma, man. So
Okay, then I could
there's
be
that.
wrong. I could be wrong. Damn, how many flares are you taking,
Let's
dude?
see.
All of them.
So she extends her hand and says, "Hello there. I'm Dr. Margarit Kehler. How are you?"
So I was gonna respond to this, and I'm trying to think of what would I want to do here. So we came here looking for treasure, basically, and not
Fame and
really much
glory.
else. So
We're
we went to the other place. We got pointed here. Nobody else knows that we're here, except we got the
Marissa.
snake people.
Marissa speaks up and says, "We're here scouting for a movie spot to film a movie.
That's
This
right.
place is fabulous."
Okay, awesome.
No, she does not have fast talk. So
Or
Does she
acting.
have
Does she have acting?
she has acting, not very good, and she also has performance.
Well, let's try an acting role in the old box there,
She
please.
is an actor.
Okay.
Let's see.
And
I do have fast talk.
Dr. Kehler says, "Well, it's very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a film crew come out here before to film in such a austere place. Tell me, what's the name of the film? Perhaps I know of the production crew from Cairo."
Actually, Johnny will rattle off the name of his director, Giordino, or whatever it was that the guy he was using before. And said he wanted to go for a natural look, something authentic. So we were sort of scouting some of the pyramids and stuff.
I
I'm not sure
see.
about this one. We'd have to land a plane out here, and I don't think the ground is quite flat enough for it.
No, it's not very flat here at all. In fact, I suspect landing a plane here would take great skill and courage. Mind you, and then she looks over and says, "Oh, you're not alone."
Yeah, he's getting a better look up there, up top.
Uh-huh.
I totally expect that.
Interesting.
It's like, ah!
And I see someone is over at my tent. Well, this is very interesting. Would you mind coming with me, please? I think we should all meet over at the tents, and I can meet your whole company. I do have some possessions there that I really don't want disturbed.
Oh, don't worry about it. Those people aren't very disturbing.
Well, I'll be the judge of that, mind you. It's taken a lot of work here to do my work, and I really don't need it to be disturbed by busybodies, especially Hollywood or film crew busybodies. No offense intended.
None comprehended.
So she motions over to the tents, as if to say, "Let's go."
Johnny
Or
will
sand ninjas
carry
will
on.
totally appear out of nowhere.
So when you say carry on, do you mean carry on
Along
back
with.
towards the tent? Okay. Marissa?
Oh, what did
Coming
you need
along,
from me?
or
Just wondering
Yeah,
if you're
she
going
will.
to. Okay.
Yeah,
So you're both
she'll
going
come
to.
along.
Okay. So she walks with you and says, well, I've been here for a number of weeks, hoping to continue some of the digging that's gone on here since the early 20s. Not having much luck, I must admit. The tomb robbers have done their job. But still, one must push on. And so, Duke and Patience, you see Johnny and you see Marissa walking towards you with this stunning blonde woman. And Willie, what are you doing?
He was in the process of climbing.
Yes. Are you going to continue to do your climb?
Yeah, he's going to be taking his time.
Okay. So as you're getting your gear ready and throwing a rope over various blocks, you see what's sort of transpiring down below you.
Well, there has been no shooting thus far.
that's a
That
good
is
sign.
true. All right, so we'll say that you gather by the tent. Now, as they were walking this way, Duke and Patience, what were you going to be doing?
Did we manage to get to the second tent?
Yes, indeed, because it's from that second tent that you managed to see this engagement taking place.
They
So
come out of the tents with an armload of hand flares.
That was the
So
first tent.
the second tent contains a cheap plywood table and a stool, and there's a map of the dig site on the table.
Oh, nice.
And from what
Mastabas.
it looks like, you're seeing that there's some progress being made around exploring the various mastabas on the site.
Okay.
And
Is
about
there
this time,
anything?
you
Is there anything? Sorry, Nosh. Like, I don't know anything about archaeology, right? Patience doesn't. Does she
nope.
see? Is there anything that seems like out of the ordinary, doesn't belong, or is this all appear to be typical?
To your untrained
Dig
eye,
site.
it looks pretty normal. And you see Johnny and Marissa and the blonde moving back towards the tent. The blonde appears to be walking with quite a vigorous step.
Johnny, on the way over, will suddenly remember. Oh, now the director did have a working title that he was tossing about, something like Testament of Vipers or something like that. Does that mean anything to you around here?
Testament of Vipers. Well, that sounds like something completely out of the Old Testament. I congratulate your director on such a provocative title for a movie. But that's all that rings to mind.
Unfortunately, Johnny doesn't have body language, so he's not going to be able to do much with that.
Marissa does. She is studying this chick.
Super sexy archaeologist.
I rolled it in the box for you.
All right,
This
thank you.
this tomato. Man, 30s had some weird ass slang. Butter and egg fly means an attractive woman. How the hell do you get that?
So you look at her body language. What you're picking up, Marissa, is that she's quite obviously ticked off that someone has just gone over to her tent and is on her dig site. But as for whether or not, when the name Testament of Vipers is dropped, to your eye, it looks like she was being very genuine with Johnny and saying, well, that sounds like a, a title from the Old Testament.
What about Raiders of the Lost Ark? Temple of Doom.
No.
Do they ring a bell?
No, neither of those are going to work as names.
She screams, go between the boats? Are you crazy? So, Duke, you see this woman arrive at the tent, and she promptly flips the tent back and says, I demand to know what gives you the right to go through my personal effects. Give me that map. And she extends her hand.
I'm entirely sorry. We thought this was an abandoned camp. We didn't see anyone around.
Yes,
By all
well,
means.
that's because I was over at a mastaba, just going through some of the final preparations for removing some valuable archaeological items. Thank you very much. I can't be at all places at all times.
As Duke hands over the map, he'll ask and says, are you here alone?
Mostly alone. I have some workers clearing out some of the remainders of items we found from the tomb of Hatshepsut, if you must know. And I cannot believe my luck that I actually found the tomb.
Marissa will be kind of tug on Johnny's sleeve and say, a real live tomb. A director would love this.
Is it
Can
all
we
right if
see
we
it?
go in and take some pictures?
Do we have a camera?
Absolutely not.
And she looks over at the pyramid and says, and who is that exactly? And why is he climbing the pyramid?
You wanted to get an overhead view.
He's new.
At the
Well,
mention of director, Duke is going to have a confused look for a moment, and then he's going to cotton on to what the plan is,
Okay,
or the charade
All
is.
sure. Patience, do you want to try an IQ roll as well?
Yes, sure. Just a straight IQ, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh,
Go.
failure by 4.
Director? What director?
Hey, was that my bluff?
No, that was you figuring out that we were
That you guys were
bluffing.
trying to. Yeah, you guys were bluffing. I'm not following along. I'm like, Raiders of the Lost Ark? What?
So, well, of course, English isn't your first language. So Margaret, the doctor, looks at all of you and says, something is very fishy here. Something is, how do we say it? Stinky in Helsinki.
Stinky in Helsinki. I love it.
So
Fishy in the desert. That's ironic.
I wonder if one of you might wish to be honest with me and tell me what you're really here for. And at this point, she looks at Duke with like moo eyes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she's unleashing the hounds.
Is that the penance stare?
It's the super sexy stare.
She's putting the whammy on him.
She heard about that Alabama black snake, right?
Whoa!
And she says yes, and she walks up to Duke. Perhaps I could understand a bit more about what you're really here for. Mr.
Duckworth.
Mr. Duckworth. Yes, what brings an American chap here to the Pyramid of Meidum? Is it for filming?
I am
Or
the
something else?
cameraman.
You're the cameraman, are you? Somehow I find that difficult to believe. Can you show me some credentials, Mr. Duckworth?
I have truthfulness. Let me just roll on
So-
that.
Even if
Yeah,
you
so much
succeed,
for
don't
that.
you take a penalty on
Yeah, I
telling
think it's like
lies?
-4 or something like that.
Ouch.
Well, he is unlucky. Oh. Fail by 3.
I should just check to see if I fail, then I get the penalty. Or if
So,
I fail, I have to tell the truth.
so make a self-control whenever you must keep silent about an uncomfortable truth. Roll at -5 if you actually have to tell a falsehood. If you fail, you blurt out the truth or stumble so much that your lie is obvious. You have a permanent -5 to fast talk skill, and your acting skill is at -5 when your purpose is to deceive.
Oof.
So this is at
Spill-
-5.
Spill them beans.
Yeah.
No,
Ooh,
you
that's
Yeah, but
succeed.
you failed. And if you fail, oh, yeah.
Yeah, he failed the
a
truthfulness, so he
self-control.
had
Make
had
a
to blurt out the
self-control
truth.
roll whenever you must keep silent. Roll at -5 if you actually have to tell a falsehood. So your self-control would have been at -5. That would
Right.
not have been at 12. That would have been, what, 7?
So what's the penalty on acting? What's that? When's that come into effect?
If you fail, you blurt out the truth or stumble so much that your lie is obvious.
Yeah, I'll
Alright.
read that again. So, you hate to tell a lie. Make a self-control roll whenever you must keep silent about an uncomfortable truth. Roll at -5 if you actually have to tell a falsehood. If you fail, you blurt out the truth or stumble so much that your lie is obvious. And if you were to try to do fast talk or act, it would be at -5 if you're trying to deceive. Oh, there it is in the text.
Okay. So, all right. So Duke will say, "I am the cameraman. We are here to see if it's a good place to film." And he'll just stumble and do a really poor job that is not convincing at all. He'll be nervous, looking around.
She comes up to you, and how tall are you?
He's new.
You're 5'10". She's 5'4". She walks up to you, Duke, and she puts her hand on your chest and on her tippy toes gives you a kiss and says, "Oh, sweetheart, we both know that's a lie," and steps back.
I keep expecting her to shout, "Schnell!" And, ninja sand ninja sands. Yeah, there. Nazi sand ninjas appear.
Well, it's not over
Now,
yet.
Mr. Duckworth, can you please tell me what really is bringing you here to my dig?
What?
Duke will look to the rest of the group that's here, hoping for someone to save him from this situation. If no one steps in to save him, then he will begin to blurt it out. But he's desperately looking to everyone, like, save me here.
And Willie's up on the pyramid.
Johnny's just kind of wincing, bracing for impact.
And and the good doctor crosses her arms and, like a schoolmarm, starts to tap her toe in the sand with her arms crossed, saying "mm-hmm" and "mm-hmm."
So if
But
no
you
one
all-
steps in to save him, then he'll blurt it out.
Okay, what do you blurt out?
He's not going to do the whole long story. He'll just be fairly brief about it, because this is a very uncomfortable situation.
Okay,
And
so yeah, what's the broad strokes that you give the doctor?
we're looking for treasure.
Ah, you've come all this way to look for treasure. And where specifically were you going to find this treasure? Was it the tomb of Hatshepsut and the legend of the chariots? Hmm?
He will say no, but he's nodding his head.
Nice.
You know, there are
I
plenty
thought
of
so.
chariots as I hear about it. We could just, get one each.
Well, I can tell you with absolute confidence, I have found the tomb of Hatshepsut. And I
Bless
can
you.
tell you I have found no golden chariots, unfortunately.
But what about Sekhmet's pointed shadow?
What about it?
Where does it point?
Oh, you don't know?
Well, tell me more. I'm curious to hear about the shadow of Sekhmet.
That's when Duke's got the "oh crap" expression.
Well, maybe we should, work something out first. Duke?
Duke is gonna take a deep breath and he will say, I'm gonna go check on Willie.
Run, 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 run.
Very good, very good. And then she spins in place to look at Johnny, Marissa, Patience. So, as I said, I have found the tomb of Hatshepsut. The hieroglyphics that I've read there describe it as the resting place. It's beautiful, but it's quite empty.
I don't find empty to be all that beautiful, to be honest.
Well, it must have been filled with many goods centuries ago, but of course, this place is riddled with the various tunnels that tomb robbers dug to get to all of these treasures. So I was as disappointed, I suppose, as the last tomb robber who came here and went, "Oh, really?"
Well, to be fair, there's got to be something around here because given the trouble we ran into back at the last place. But unfortunately, our subject matter expert is climbing the pyramid right now. If you want more information, you're probably going to want to talk to him.
Marissa is just, as she's talking about it being empty and stuff, Marissa's going to be like, is she lying?
No, you don't get any indication that she's lying.
Cat fight.
Again, she's coming across very sincere.
Hmm.
Well, I'll tell you what. Would you like to actually see the tomb?
I would
mean-
love to actually see the tomb.
I would be more than happy to take you to the tunnel that we excavated that led us to the tomb. I can show your friend, if your friend can read hieroglyphics, I can show your friend the very hieroglyphics that prove that this is the resting place of Hatshepsut. Would that satisfy your curiosity? Although you said you went through a lot of trouble to get here, why don't you believe me?
It's not that I don't believe you. It's just, people tried to kill us at the last place, and I don't think they're done.
Who would ever try to kill you for trying to find this tomb?
I have no idea.
Let me guess. They were also after the fabled chariots of gold?
He was asking about that, wasn't he? Not the chariots
Yes.
specifically, but he was wanting us to give up what we found down there, so he knew something was there.
Did we actually ever get like a name of that group that
Yep.
tried to trap us
Testament
in?
of Vipers. The
Did they
Testament of
actually
Vipers.
identify themselves as that?
No, that was what Albertuccio and his daughter, and also Dr. Edgar had described them as.
Okay. So, but he wasn't referring to those guys because he hadn't run into them yet when he was talking about them.
Edgar had said that they had been snooping around, and that's why the
Okay.
British had been placed there. Yeah.
So we're still just operating on suspicion at this point. So yeah, Johnny will say we don't know who they were. We suspect they were someone called the Testament of Vipers or something like that. Its name's been thrown around.
See. So not really the name of the film you purported to be here filming, yes?
Well, that may have been.
She
Not yet.
takes a moment. She takes a moment and thinks, and she says, "If I'm not mistaken, that group is some sort of revolutionary organization, I believe."
They like grenades. That's all I really know.
Well, yes. Mind you, I do think they could make a very good name for a film. Yes, of course. But no, I can't say I've ever run into them, thank goodness. Shall we wait for your friend to return, or do you want to call him down? Because I would like to be able to at least talk to him.
Let's why don't we invite him to join us? That might make some sense.
I'll go get
Here's
him.
hoping he doesn't take
I
the
believe it
shortcut
might
down.
so as well.
Yeah, Marissa's like, I'll go get him, and she huffs her way out of the tent.
Okay. At this point, I should ask now. Patience, did you put your pistol away when you noticed these folks were coming?
Yeah, she probably would have. Yes, she would have.
I made the correct assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Willie, you notice Marissa waving you down,
But I haven't got to the top yet.
and Duke as well. Duke, perhaps more emphatically than Marissa.
Sure, you can come up. Here, let me send the rope down to you.
Duke would be saying, "Oh, that was tough. I'm sorry, guys."
So, Willie, are you going to start making your way down, or are you going to stand there and wait for them to come up?
Well, they haven't been insistent. They were just like, hey, come back down. And I'm like, but I'm not at the top yet.
Marissa will call out and say, there's someone in the tent who wants to talk to you. Calm it down. She wants to talk archaeology stuff, and none of us know anything about that.
Well, you should have paid attention. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Marissa just shrugs.
It's going to take me forever to get down now. I have to make 2 more checks again.
That's correct.
Luckily, they're not at -3.
Don't worry, Duke will catch you if you fall. Right, Duke?
In a way.
Nice.
Well, luckily, thus far, I didn't even get to the top. That's no fair.
Nice.
Ah,
So you climb down.
brushing himself off. Really irritated now.
So, what do you tell Willie about what has transpired?
Marissa just starts, into some form of like Italian, obviously a little miffed, and then
I have no idea
leaves
what you're
it
saying.
leaves it to Duke to
Wait, actually,
explain.
yeah, I have no idea what you're saying.
Yep. She just starts heading back and leaves it to Duke to catch you up.
So, Duke, what the heck is going on? Apparently, I was looking based off of what the stuff is. Willie is from Connecticut, so they don't have a real accent there. They have a
Duke
fake British accent almost.
Duke will fill Willie in, and he'll be somewhat apologetic that he told Margarit more than he should have.
Doctor Who? Did she
No.
say where?
Margarit Kehler, I think her name was.
I wonder where she's from. I don't remember that. I don't recognize that name. All right, let's go in and make it worse.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
Johnny's going to
So-
start macking on the dock.
He's going to start which?
Oh man, Marissa's gonna murder you in
Uh,
your sleep, dude. This is gonna be great.
I love it. So the
what's a day
TPK is
like
going
you
to
doing in a place like this? Family business?
the TPK is going to be Marissa just getting mad and killing everybody.
That's it. So, sorry, Johnny, what are you doing? You're going to put the moves on Margaret?
Not quite that hard, but yeah, just what's a dame like you doing in a place like this?
Well, as I told you, I'm here conducting a dig. And tell me, what's your name?
I'm Captain Johnny. Johnny Talent, stunt pilot.
Stunt pilot. Oh, interesting.
Don't ask how that gets me here, though. That's a little complicated.
Well,
How long you been here?
I've been here for about 3 weeks, Captain Talon. As I said, I have found the tomb that people seem to be looking for. I'm sorry to disappoint you that there aren't any golden chariots.
The night is still young.
Behave, Mr. Talon, behave. We wouldn't want you to get into trouble with, well, your Italian friend. And she winks at you.
There's plenty of me to go around. Just
He
look at
needs
his
to make
chin.
he needs to make a comment like there may not be golden chariots, but there are golden tresses.
Damn it, I should have said that.
Okay, so Willie, you walk over and you see the stunningly gorgeous Margarit, and
Oh.
she goes, "Now, what is your name? I am Dr. Keller."
Dr. Keller. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. Willie
And you,
Vanderwoodson.
Willie Vanderwoodson. Very nice to meet you.
So,
I say,
who are you with, Doctor?
well, I happen to be with the London Institute for Archaeological Studies.
Is there such a
And
thing?
so we decided to come down here and look at renewing our dig. I'm happy to say that I found the tomb of Hatshepsut. Unfortunately, no golden chariots.
How did
But
you
I am
find it?
curious.
I
How
am
did I
curious. How
find
did
it?
you find it? Yeah.
Well, I went through a shaft that tomb robbers had dug, and quite to my surprise, uncovered a tomb that they had likely raided hundreds of years ago, but the hieroglyphics prove it to be exactly the tomb of Hatshepsut, the final resting place. So, however, I am curious to know your friend Captain Talon, delicious Captain Talon, said something about the shadow of Sekhmet. And now I'm curious to know what you know, because perhaps there's something I've missed or overlooked.
Oh, there was a book by Vicar Eustace. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Vicar
She's going to see how she reacts to that.
Yes, the slim volume, a book about a British vicar's night in the Chamber of Contemplation. Is that it?
That is correct.
Right. So tell me more. I understood that his writings were simply that of a cleric who didn't want to go down the path of paganism. But do you know something I don't? Relevant
Mr.
to my dig?
Schliemann was able to find Troy by looking through the Odysseys. So we're going to find this by looking through the Vicar's book as well.
And what about the shadow of Sekhmet?
Let's see. How does Willie dance around that? Does Willie dance around that? Look at my advantages and disadvantages.
I suppose the real question here is, do we decide to trust her or not?
Oh,
Because I'm kind of expecting the Nazi sand ninjas.
Hold on. At
Oh, Marissa
the
definitely doesn't trust
GM,
her.
I have two options. Do I trust her or do I not trust her? And I actually have intuition. I remembered I have intuition.
All right. So, your intuition is telling you that
I shouldn't
she
have got out of bed.
she is telling you the truth about finding the tomb of Hatshepsut. and your intuition tells you that she wants to learn more because she's thinking perhaps she's mistaken now.
Okay. Well, I
And
figured.
whether you should trust her or not, your intuition is telling you you better not trust her.
That was the big one.
But why you're not so sure?
Maybe there's something about her clothes or her accent, or she's just too pretty to be out here.
So you get the sense she is keenly curious about whether or not you discovered something about the vicar's writings that would lead her to believe that she did not find the actual tomb.
Now I'm trying to figure out how he dances around that without actually coming out and stating it.
The doctor says, as I offered to Mr. Talon, I'm more than happy to show you the tomb that I found. Perhaps there's something there that you could uncover that I've overlooked. I doubt it. But if you have any other clues, I would love to know. I am at your service.
Okay. So he was probably going to ask, well, it's like, well, before we do that, do we have any maps, immediate maps of the area?
Yes, your friend Mr. Duckworth had this in his hands, which is mine, but you're welcome to look at it.
Okay. Right. So honestly, that was just him stalling for time and ensuring that Willie has now seen the map. Crap. Well, I guess we can. That's going to take us a bit to get over there, so we can at least head in that direction and
In which direction?
towards your tomb.
Very well. If you wish to come with me, let's go. As I say, perhaps there's something there I'm missing completely, but perhaps once we get there, you'll tell me a little bit more about this shadow of Sekhmet. I'm just very curious about that turn of phrase, she says.
So is this line the tunnel? And
Yes,
Johnny
that
will
is the
ask about
tunnel.
that.
Yes, that is the tunnel. So
Right. I should pull that back up. Okay. So what time is it? I mean, is the how long is it going to be until the sun actually sets?
it's going to be probably another couple of hours.
Damn. I was hoping we could stall until it actually went down, or started to go down, so we could maybe see whatever it is we were supposed to see.
So she's going to be taking you over to this building here on the map I made. So she's going to take you there because that's where the
Yeah.
tunnel leads.
Right, here comes the Nazi sand ninja ambush. Might not be Nazis, it could be something else. She could be totally Testament of Vipers too.
So as you get over to that mastaba, you can see that
Which,
there,
before we get there, I guess probably here-ish, based off of the other map, that would imply that this one is the one that she was pointing at, or saying is the actual.
no. That
I mean
one.
the actual tomb. Okay.
That
right.
one. That one
That
is the
one, okay.
tomb of Hatshepsut. That's the tomb of Hatshepsut that's on her map. That's the location she says is the actual resting place of Hatshepsut.
Right, and so that one is still sealed from the inside. I mean, or it hasn't been busted open yet. It's just they found it through the tunnel.
That's correct.
Yeah, well, I'd like to deviate over there. And like engage her in conversation. Like sort of direct her to that one. Maybe we could like circle around it a couple times. Take a look at it and see if there's anything about it that maybe will
All right.
cause us to go,
She sees you veering off that way, and she says, "Very well. If you'd like to take a look at the outside of the mastaba,
absolutely.
we can do that, of course." And so, what you find is a very sturdy square mastaba set atop a mound overgrown with thick grass, and a narrow slab, she points out, still seals the tomb shut. And carved into the slab is a faint outline of Sekhmet, holding a boat above her head in the same likeness that you recognize was in the Chamber of Lions, the secret chamber.
Right.
She says, so as you can see, unsealing the tomb's entrance would require industrial machinery. There's no way that we can pick this through and unseal it. And that's when I found the robber's tunnel. And to my eye, that's the only practical way into the tomb.
Unless there's like a trick entrance somewhere.
The mastaba that I'm pointing to on the map, that's not marked on her map. Can we visibly see it in the area?
You can.
Well, I'm actually also checking the pyramid out as well. See if there's anything, looking back, checking this. So, but we see Sekhmet. Yeah, we have no reason to doubt that this isn't necessarily it.
So, trying to get Willie's attention, and he'll sort of call him over. And he'll say, over there, that mastaba, it's not marked on her map. Perhaps she hasn't investigated it.
Now, are you trying to whisper that out of her earshot?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, well, let me just, about how far away from her are you standing? Or do you want to do a stealth check to try to whisper that? I'm not sure stealth is what we do to whisper, though.
I don't know if it would be a stealth check. I think it would just be a perception check on her part with whatever the penalties whispering is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duke will keep his voice down, and he will intentionally try and do it in such a way that she doesn't hear. But Duke will make it quick. He'll say, that one over there is not on a map. And then he'll go back to doing what he was doing before.
Okay, so what all do we know about I'm trying to remember what all my character knows about the pyramid of Meidum. Because I'm looking at my first thinky thought is I'm totally thinking of Thank you, Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the thing is the wrong size.
Okay.
Remember
So
in the he had they had the stick, but it was the wrong size. Because I'm looking at the image, the postcard, and it looks like the top is like collapsed.
so she says, um, obviously overhearing you too, and sort of your body or your head's going over to that mastaba. And she says, well, yes, gentlemen, I've also looked at that mastaba. We've all looked at that mastaba, and it's crumbled and long robbed. The entrance appears to have been broken into, and it's full of rubble. But if you have reason to think that there's something there that perhaps I've overlooked, I'd be interested to hear about it.
Well, Duke is uncomfortable around this woman. She seems to have a power over him, so Duke will just walk on over to this other mastaba and have a look for himself without saying anything.
Okay. So she stands there and says, well, very well. We can all walk over to that mastaba if you wish.
Well, we're not in any hurry. Lead on.
So, sure. So she strikes off across the sandy ground, and again with that kind of look of being impatient with everyone because of her work being interrupted. And indeed, you come to this square mastaba, overgrown with grass and some palm trees. And indeed, it is crumbled, very much so.
Is there anything here that would indicate that could point, if the shadow fell here, it would point to a particular direction?
Give
I
me
see what you're thinking.
give me IQ rolls at this point, please.
Is it IQ or anything else?
Archaeology, I think IQ, mathematics, perhaps.
Mathematics. Oh, wow. Yeah, I definitely prefer the IQ test against the mathematics. Yay! Success by 0. Man, these 150-point characters are kicking my butt.
And anybody else want to do an IQ roll?
That's not my strong suit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
not
isn't
from
the
Marissa.
smartest group.
I have photography. It's a skill of understanding light and shadows and stuff.
Well, I was also leaning toward the, like I said, I was thinking, the player was thinking of Indy Jones, and I was sort of thinking that, like, the shadow would have landed on that one that she identified, but
So
it's collapsed.
so Willie and Duke, Duke, we'll have you fail forward. I mean, you're not wrong in your reasoning, and that Willie knows that that pyramid would have been much higher when that clue on the inside the Chamber of Lions, when that was probably painted, the pyramid would have been much higher. It's obviously broken down, and so the shadow of Sekhmet really should be falling exactly where you are.
So, without really thinking about it, Willie's gonna, have pulled out his little notepad and, remind himself what the thing says. When the sun sets above Meidum, something like that. Maybe sort of mumble it. And we'll probably look at Duke and say, I think you've got some pretty good instincts there. I actually think this is the real one.
All right. Everybody who has search, throw a search roll,
Why
please.
not have search?
Well,
Yeah, Marissa's out of her element. If this was the selfie era, she'd be off to the side taking selfies.
Okay. All right.
honestly, if any of us are going to beat the detective at search, then something's horribly wrong here.
Okay. So, Duke, just as you did with the in the chamber of contemplation, as you're kind of going around the top of the mastaba, kind of kicking around with your foot, you find some loose sand and dirt.
Oh gosh, that's amazing finding here in the desert.
So Duke is going to go with his, I'll say gut, but he doesn't have intuition or anything like that. But he'll start digging into this loose sand.
And that's when your bad luck triggers and the whole thing collapses underneath you.
So you you kind of start digging through, and you find what appears to be the top of some very well hewn stone.
Is
Hey,
that
guys.
normal for these sorts of things?
I found something.
Margarit comes over, and her eyes just kind of, her blue eyes get even bluer, and she goes,
I
"Mr.
can fix her."
Duckworth, what have you found?"
Fame and glory. So you said you had some porters.
Now, what are you doing that for there, Duke?
To see whether he could lie or he just
About?
blurt out. He will say, looks to be some stone.
I believe you have uncovered some stone, Mr. Duckworth. You're more than just a pretty face. And she rubs your shoulders. And then she heard you, Willie, say you've got some helpers. She goes, "Yes, I do. I will just be a tick. I'm going to go get them, and we are going to bring over some equipment to possibly uncover this. Maybe there's a way we can lift it out."
We brought a bunch of equipment. We should be fine, right?
Depends on how heavy it is, I suppose.
Well, now, did you all bring your equipment?
I
Or
probably wasn't carrying mine.
Is it sitting back at the pyramid wherever you left it?
We
My
brought-
presumption would be is you probably left it because you weren't exactly walking around with the lifting equipment, were you?
Probably not.
Yeah,
we have
probably not.
lifting equipment.
Especially if you're not trying to pass yourselves off as shooting out a filming location.
That wasn't exactly planned.
Precisely. So either you've just simply dropped some things when you saw the doctor appear, but if you wish, while she's going off to get her helpers from the mastaba at the end of the tunnel, if you want to run back and get your things, you can.
This is totally not going to end well.
Suppose now's the time to do that.
Yep.
Okay, so everyone's scattering back over to the pyramid, or where you initially sort of
Yep.
left all your stuff. Okay.
Well, possibly most of us.
Oh, we should leave somebody here. Why don't we leave Duck here? He can maybe find something else while he's at it.
Duke, is that what you'd like to do?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm just going to go back to the map that I had created. Okay, so we've got Duke hanging
By
out
himself.
there. And if you wish, you can draw your character tokens to wherever
That's
you
not
are going
Duke.
to be.
Hey, when you guys hover over that token, does it pop
Yeah.
up my face?
It does.
All right, I'm putting Duke on the mastaba.
Right.
I've
Where
put
would we
Lily-
guess our stuff is?
A lot
Marissa's
of
gonna-
deprecated stuff in the.
Marissa's going to go with the chick because she does not trust her.
Okay,
And that's the last we ever see of Marissa.
Yep.
Johnny's going to stand there staring as they walk off
Ain't got
for
time
a
for
minute
that.
or two.
Man, I am seeing a lot of deprecated things.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
doesn't like the doesn't like that for some reason.
What is
Was
it? What is it waking up
Johnny
about?
was Johnny dragged from the combat tracker?
no, I didn't
Johnny
drag
was
anyone.
not.
from the- I just dropped them directly on the map, but they have appeared in the combat tracker.
Right, because it does that.
Oh. Oh, there she is. I can fix her, guys.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So Marissa, you're going to go with
Okay.
Margaret?
I guess you should go ahead and do the same with Johnny. I'll have to remove him.
Yes, she is going with Margaret.
Okay. Did you remove Johnny?
I did.
Okay, Johnny's on the tracker now as well.
And he's back.
Neat. It has their names if you do that too. When you mouse over them, there on the left,
Okay.
it has the thing and the name.
So Marissa was following her. Okay, the rest of us are going. Let's just assume we're down here by building 17.
Okay. Margaret says to you, Marissa, do you want to wait here or do you want to come with me? Marissa?
Sorry, I needed a second. Marissa says, I'm coming with you.
Okay, very good, dear. And she steps down into a hole where you can sort of see a ladder's been put down. Come along. Boys, boys. And you hear her walking off down into somewhere underground.
Is it lit down there?
Yep.
Okay,
With
Marissa will climb down.
With lanterns.
Yep,
They
Marissa will
respond in
climb
German.
down.
Okay. All right. And you three down here are getting your equipment.
Now's your chance to pull out the ladder and trap them there.
So,
Oh, that's
Um,
genius. Oh my gosh.
so Marissa, you and Margaret go down a tunnel, and she says, "Boys, I have company. Can you please grab all of our equipment we need to lift a new block off of a mastaba. Someone has discovered something. Please bring the equipment. And you see her go to the end of this hallway, which looks like it's opening up into sort of an older sort of tunnel. Do you follow her?
Yes, I follow.
Okay.
I realize that Marissa's about to die. Salute.
All right. So, Marissa, you come up to Margaret, and Margaret turns, and she's got a Walther PPK trained on you. And she says, stop right. She says, stop right
curse
there.
your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
She says, stop right there. It's a Walther Model 825 ACP, to be specific. And coming from behind her, you see two Nazis.
Dun dun dun.
Mm-hmm. I knew it. I knew you could not be trusted.
I can still fix her.
You see this guy. And you see that guy.
Huh.
The Oberleutnant has a submachine gun trained on you. And the other guy has a pistol trained on you.
Didn't realize Walter was making those that early.
She says, okay, sweetheart, we're going to go back up. And you are going to be my precious prisoner. Understood? Boys, tie her up.
You've got to escape,
No.
right?
Do you relent, I guess is the question.
Do you comply?
Let me see.
Oh man, with her advantages and disadvantages, you may like take a bolt.
How long was the tunnel that we walked down to get here?
Let me see. You've gone about 45 yards. About halfway to that tomb that she had discovered.
Okay.
Plenty of time. You can like shove her into them and then run.
Oh yeah, but she's gonna have to trip on the way out. Those are the rules.
So let me look at one of her advantages real quick.
But whatever you do, don't punch her in the face.
Is she trying to intimidate?
No, she's just ordered these guys to come, and one's got the submachine gun trained on you, and the other one's grabbing, is moving forward with some rope to tie you up with.
All right, I'm going to leave it up to the dice. Marissa is going to bolt and start yelling, "It's a trap!" at the top of her lungs.
Okay. All
and
right.
Hope her voice carries out the hole.
Probably
Right.
not.
Yeah. So the gold hunter character, he goes right after you, as well as the Oberleutnant and Margaret as well.
All right. Marissa's got a move of 6, so I don't know how fast they can run.
Yeah. So Margaret has a move of 6, and the other two, I believe, have moves of 5. So let's keep this simple. Do you have running?
No, she does not.
Okay, neither does I think these other two. So let's just simply
Dex.
do a contest of dexterity between you and Margaret, and let's
All
see
right.
who wins.
Okay. Would combat reflexes give me any kind of add on that?
Yeah, combat reflexes.
Yep.
She has combat reflexes.
So +1 to active defense rolls.
Yeah, not normally.
I mean, you're not really surprised. You kind of had a suspicion something was going to happen, and you had a few moments to collect yourself, but no. So I think this would just be a straight dex on dex to see who kind of keeps up with whom.
Alrighty.
How lucky do you feel?
Oh, I'm never lucky, but that's all right. She does not have the lucky trait.
All right. Well, Marguerite made her roll by 1. Oh
7.
yeah.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
wow.
So
I think you lost.
Margaret and Marissa both kind of bolting at the same time, but Marissa, you managed to get ahead of her. And I'm going to say, we're going to, again, hand wave a lot of this stuff. You get to the end of that tunnel, make a dex check again to get up the ladder. And I'm going to say that Margaret keeps pace with you, and I'm going to give her a dex check to try to grab a hold of you as you're going up the ladder. She's going to go for your leg, which I believe should be a -2. Is that correct?
-1 if you're grappling.
All right. She's going to try and grapple your leg. She succeeds by 5. You get to defend, which means I think you can dodge.
All right. And now can I do the active defense roll for combat reflexes, the
Oh, yeah.
+1?
That should be applied.
That should be pre-calculated in your dodge.
Okay.
So just a dodge roll. Oh, so you just feel her hand sort of brush off of your pant leg as you scramble up the ladder.
All right.
And you
And
hear
this,
from below you, you hear this word, Scheiße.
yep. And as soon as Marissa hits topside, she books it for Duke and is hollering at the top of her lung, Nazis!
Okay.
Wait a sec, what year are we in?
1936.
So, Nazis are not
It'd
not
just
the
be
Nazis that we.
Germans.
Yeah. Or Germans. Whatever they, shoot.
They haven't
It's a
developed their
tra-
reputation
it's a
yet.
trap. It's a trap.
Okay.
They
that
have
works.
guns.
It's a trap. They have guns. Okay.
We're over here. It's like, is she asking? It's a rap. What?
Pizza wrap?
Damn Italians, man.
Okay, so Marissa, you start running, and you've got a you've got a move of 6, and these hexes are like 50. They're like 10 yards and a bit apart, I believe.
Okay.
That's a long distance.
So
She's
good
gonna
luck
cover a
hearing-
little bit, and then it's gonna be
Good-
stopped. She's gonna be like, it's
Good luck.
Germans.
Good luck hearing that, Duke, from that distance.
You're going to succeed by 6?
It's just
Yeah.
Germans.
You can hear that she's screaming. I think that's enough for you to know something's not right. You've known her long enough now that that's pretty universal in your mind. Woman in distress.
Yeah, I guess you don't have to hear what she's saying to know what she means.
Exactly. So I'm going to put you about here, Marissa. And she screams, "Stop or I'll shoot."
Not stopping.
Okay.
Just don't run in a straight line.
Yep. She's gonna bob and
Serpentine
weave.
pattern.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to just simply move Marissa forward and Margaret behind her. And I'll get the bad boys on here.
Don't run in a straight line and don't run with rhythm.
So at this point,
Don't hurt
all
Margaret.
of the Germans are up, and the three of you down by the pyramid maybe heard something on the wind, but if you look, you can
It'll be
sort of
fine.
see Margaret or Marissa running from what appears to be Margaret and two workers.
No, they're pretty far away. Maybe they're just really eager.
So, as Duke realizes something's wrong, he will pull out his pistol and just shoot into the air to get the attention of the others.
Okay. So
Mark off one round.
Marissa, Marguerite again sort of screams, "Scheiße! I don't want to kill anyone." And so they're just gonna run after you. Okay.
I'm waiting for the Viper guys to show up.
Hey,
Looks like
you
a
wanted a TPK.
three-way.
You should shoot her.
So 126 yards, and you run at 6 yards per second. So that's going to be how long? How many seconds to get there?
About 61.
Cross sand, probably half that.
Well, it's
mean,
probably
double-
not
double that?
loose sand here.
Yeah, so we're talking probably a couple of minutes, most likely, with sand and stuff.
No, it won't take that long. It's 100.
No, I'd say
Oh, no, 2
it's-
minutes. Sorry.
I'd say 21 turns if it was just uncomplicated
So,
ground.
like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I would say that in about half a minute, you'll be able to get over to where Duke is. And yeah, so
And everybody else, how far can they cover? Sweet. I am the slow one. I have a move of 5.
Duke, you see that Margaret is close behind, and the other two are running as well. And you can tell now as they get closer, you can tell that they're wearing uniforms. You can't quite make out what uniforms, but you can tell that one of them has a submachine gun, the other has a pistol.
And your intuition tells you that in the future, these guys are going to be dicks.
Mega dicks.
Well-dressed mega dicks.
So for the other three, go ahead and the distance you've got to cover is
I put it around 200 something.
about
210.
200 yards. So the math for you, how many seconds to get over to where Duke is?
I counted between 30 and 40 seconds, probably,
Okay.
depending on how you're doing that. So we'll be 10 moves out.
I'll be a bit behind, I think, because I've only got to move a 5.
And Patience has a move of 6.
Yeah.
It's just, I think everybody does, but me.
Okay. So as you guys are running, you see these three, and now you can see that one of them has a submachine gun, and they're chasing after Marissa, but they're not shooting. And all I want to know is, at what point is one of you going to decide you want to engage in combat, or are you going to wait until, at what point, or what are you going to do?
Well, Duke's plan will be to, because they're a long way away, he's going to reload that bullet he fired. He's going to take some cover, take aim, and he'll be waiting for them to make the first move. So if one of them raises their gun to shoot or something like that, then he'll be shooting.
Okay. And are you aiming at anyone in particular, or you're just saying, as soon as I see one of them start to shoot, I'll shoot at that person?
No, he's going to be aiming. They both have submachine guns, right?
No. The Gold Hunter, the Oberleutnant has a machine gun.
Okay, so here's the biggest threat. So that's the one that Duke's going to be aiming at.
I think some
Okay.
of us are going to be taking a fatigue point penalty for running.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll take
So
your encumbrance level +1 for running or sprinting more than 10 seconds or something.
So it's safe to say everyone at least is going to have a level of fatigue?
Except Duke.
And Patience has
Except Duke.
fit. Is that so? It's
That just means you recover it faster.
or twice. Yeah, I think it's also like twice as long.
You don't lose it any less than we do. You just recover faster.
Yeah, very fit is the one where you lose it at half.
Oh, all right.
Actually, no, that might be combat. I think it's a minute you make a health roll, and if you fail,
Yeah,
That's
that's
when
for
you take
paced
it.
running, though. That's not for sprinting.
right? Okay.
Okay. So Duke, it's we're going to say Marissa gets up to about here. Margaret gets up behind her. The Nazi Gold Hunter is on this side. The Lieutenant is over here. Johnny, Patience, Willie. Yeah. So in fact, we're just going to get everybody up into this area here because it's 21 yards apart. And at this point, Marguerite is going to hold her hand up and say, everybody, calm down. No one is going to be shot by my people.
That's right, because you're going to be dropping your weapons.
No.
Then what's
No
the
one's
point of
dropping
having?
any weapons. And the Oberleutnant, he's got his gun up, but he isn't shooting. But he's kind of got it trained over on Johnny and Willie. And the
Whoa,
gold
whoa,
hunter's
whoa,
got
whoa,
his
whoa.
pistol out. And
No need for this
so-
crap.
And Margaret says, yeah, there's no need for this crap.
Calm down. Everybody calm down.
We're all deceiving each other.
So Marissa is going to finish running over behind something,
Baseball slide.
and she's going to take cover, and she's going to yell out, "She's lying. She told them to tie me up. She was going to use me as a prisoner."
It's true. I was. That's the most honest thing I'll say about our entire encounter with each other. I am sorry. You have lied to me. I have lied to you. And now I'm going to be honest with you. I did
Sorry
try-
doesn't make it right.
Maybe not. But we have something far more important here than our petty differences. You
Start
have
talking then.
discovered something. I'm not going to stop talking at all. I have
No,
something to
start
say.
talking.
I am starting to talk. You shut up.
No, you shut up.
Everybody, stop talking.
Anybody that aligns himself with the fascist Germans cannot be
Oh,
trusted.
crap.
All
That's
right.
right. You have intolerance fascism, don't you?
All right, give her the conch.
So, if
I
everyone
liked her
can
better when
just
she had a British accent.
shut up and listen to what I have to say.
I wasn't
Perhaps we
saying
can
that out
all work-
loud.
Shut up! Would you all shut up, please? Shut up. If we all shut up and listen to what I have to say, maybe we can walk away and no one has to die. Is
Well, we're
everyone shutting
waiting.
up?
Well, I'll tell you this then. While I'll give her a second while she's talking, I'm gonna take aim at the guy with the submachine gun.
Well, the Germans aren't fascists yet, are they?
Yes, they are. Well, technically, yeah.
It's 36, so they haven't invaded Poland yet. Or have they invaded Czechoslovakia? I can't remember. But they're definitely on the radar of the world of ambitions, I believe. Okay, she says, everyone, calm down. Yes, I am with the Third Reich. Yes, we are here to try to get items for the Führer. However, I am at heart an archaeologist. And Mr. Duckworth, I think you have found something very valuable. I think we could work together to find out if this Mustafa has been robbed and is empty or not.
Now, why would we work with you?
You try and lift that block off.
It does look a little heavy.
She looks over at Willie. Mr. Van der Woodsen?
That is my name, Dollface.
Thank you. You're so sweet.
I'm just using
Wouldn't you-
1930s slang.
Wouldn't you agree we could work together to find out if this Mustafa is devoid of anything? The robbers perhaps have already broken through and taken everything. But if not, if I have been correct and this is the tomb of Hatshepsut, can you imagine the find down there?
And then what? You stab us in the back and start shooting? We're not really
Or you
keen
could-
on that idea.
Or you could kill us. I'm not keen on that idea either.
Well, we do outnumber them.
It's funny of
Until
you
the
to
Testament
pull
of
out
Vipers
guns
show
on
up.
us and then want to talk.
So what shall we do?
How about everyone lowers their weapons at the same time?
This was all just a big misunderstanding. Sort of deliberate in some ways.
Yeah. If everyone wants to lower their weapons, we need to at least be able to pick up the bars to try and lift that stone off.
Yep. Everybody put their weapons on the ground,
I'm not putting my weapon on the ground.
and Willie will do so slowly with his. Come on, it'll be fine.
I think, as I see some reluctance, perhaps my Oberleutnant will keep his machine gun.
Nope, that's not going to
lifted.
work. He's
Well
the
then,
biggest problem.
we all better put our weapons down. And she looks at Patience, especially you.
It's okay. Everything's fine. Lower him on the ground, please.
Well, Duke has
I'll-
stubbornness, and this is not something.
And I do not have leadership.
This
So
is not
it's
something
entirely
he's comfortable
possible
with.
You guys are going to start shooting.
First, Duke accidentally shoots somebody,
Oh, crap. Yeah, unluckiness.
and then it all goes to hell, and then somebody starts banking the plane.
Okay.
So, yes.
Is
So,
there-
Willie is trying to reach a diplomatic solution to this, but it doesn't sound like he's likely to be very successful here.
Willie, you tell them to put their guns down first.
Everybody does it at the same time.
Okay, she says, okay. As a show of good faith, if you want the machine gun down, it goes down. And she rattles off in German, and the Oberleutnant looks at her like she's nuts. And then she sharply says something to him in German, and he puts the machine gun down.
See, there we go.
Okay.
We're all friends here. And,
Fair?
he's going to put his down. Give everybody, come on. It'll be fine.
Reluctantly but slowly, Duke will
Yeah.
lower his weapon. And that's when he trips.
I was figuring it's like, everybody's lowering it down, and Patience goes, nope, and starts opening up. So anyway, I started blasting.
No. He won't get unlucky unless the GM says so.
So then the gold hunter Nazi puts his pistol down, and Margaret keeps her eye on Patience to see if Patience is putting her gun down.
Patience is not going to put her gun down, but she will holster it. But she's not going to put her gun on the ground. That's not in her training.
And the Marguerite says, I believe it's on the ground. We're all
And
playing
who are
fair.
you? Who are you to be giving orders out here?
It's not me. It's your own very good friend, Willy Vanderwoodson.
It's fine. Doctor, why don't you holster your pistol instead? And then we're
All right.
even.
Very good. So she holsters her pistol.
See? Diplomacy.
See, everybody's friends. Now let's get here and unleash the uncanny curse of Sekhmet. Also, I'm taking a drink.
Wait, what?
So
Why does he get to keep his weapon? No, he doesn't.
So it's just her. It's
All
just
right.
her.
So she holsters her weapon and keeps her eye on Patience, and then tells the other two to grab the lifting picks. And she says, Mr. Duckworth, have you cleared off that area?
Yeah, Duke, have you cleared
Yes.
it off? Thanks, Duke.
Okay.
Actually, it just
So-
occurs to me they're Nazis. They should probably be like looking at Duke like he's He's creepy.
So the slab is large, and it's going to take at least 4 very strong individuals to at least make strength checks to begin with
So we got
to get
Two
to get this
Nazis
thing up.
and Duke and Johnny. Unless Maritza's stronger than all of us, which
She's
is
pretty strong.
possible.
She's got a 12,
Holy crap.
Yeah,
Stronger than Duke.
but she's not real smart. So
Damn,
She
she's
says,
strong.
come on. And
Yep,
so the
let's go.
two, her 2 workers grab onto, each grabs a pole. Come on. And she points at Duke. Everyone, come on, everyone. Slip it under here and here. All together now.
You know, I
Lift.
think
On
with
three.
her patience and intolerance for fascism, which she immediately puts Maritza in that bucket, or Margaret, sorry, and she doesn't like her bossiness at all.
So she says to
Fine.
you, she's not even paying attention to you. Everyone, come on now, let's
On
lift.
3. It's on 3, not after 3.
Okay, eins,
Right.
zwei, drei.
Wait,
Everybody.
what was that?
Strength checks.
Brain. This one with ST on it.
Damn. So Johnny and Marissa are going to have a highly impulsive, very strong kid.
So the rock is so heavy, but you manage to actually get your levers down
Little more.
enough, and everyone make another strength check.
Almost there. Damn, Johnny. I think
Johnny's
Johnny's
and,
doing
uh,
all the
over
work.
with.
And so the one of the gold hunter, he got like a critical success with one of his rolls. So he really got his wedge
Johnny
down.
got it by 7 too, so I think
And
the
Johnny
2 of
got
them
his wedge
did
down.
all the work.
So now she says, "Come on, let's slide it around." And as soon as the tomb breaks its seal, you
Comes the
this
curse.
massive burst of dust comes up and blows out of the top of the tomb. At which point you hear Margarit say, "Yes, it's untouched. This is amazing."
Stick with me. You'll discover amazing things.
I happen to believe you're correct, Mr. Woodson. So you see a steep shaft that descends into a dark tomb. Perception rolls for vision, everyone.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm not going to roll for Marissa on that because her eyes are locked on Marguerite. She is waiting for the next betrayal.
I was gonna say when she said, "Yes, it's untouched," Johnny's gonna say, "Yeah, that's what I said with my first girl."
Okay, so in the darkness, down below, you can see a faint glow emanating at the bottom.
It's not green, is it?
Is it
It's not
supposed to do
green,
that?
it's just a faint glow.
Huh. That's interesting. Wonder why it's glowing.
Very good question, Mr. Van Woodson. Very good question. Who should like to go down first?
I absolutely fail my curiosity and check and go, I will absolutely love to go down first. Let's get some rope.
Okay, excellent idea. You go first, Mr. Van Woodson. I'll follow. Seeing how the archaeologists are rising above our differences.
This is gonna be awesome. We're gonna be down in the pit, and everybody else starts shooting one another. I'm like,
I-
oh crap!
I
No,
throw
no,
one
we
of
have
the
to.
flares at him, and I say, "You might need this for light."
Ah, good idea. Thanks.
We have to
Hey,
all go in there
when'd you get
together
flares?
so she can
Yeah,
explode
yeah.
and the
She
two
says,
Germans' faces can melt.
she says, yeah, we need more light. And she says something in German. And she says, would one of you wish to accompany my assistant to go and bring lamps from our mastaba over there?
Meanwhile, I'm like,
Duke
tying
will
the rope
pull out
there.
a flare. He says, "Don't worry, I have one of these."
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
The German
patients
says,
gave me
"Isn't that one of
those.
ours?"
I already like started
I'm
it,
so
tossed
glad
it in there.
you remembered to bring one of my flares. Very kind
Oh,
of you.
these yours?
Yes.
That's some good planning, Doctor.
Yes. There's no honor among thieves unless there's archaeology involved. Okay, so
Make sure the ground isn't moving.
the ground is not moving. So Willie, you're going down first, are you?
Yep, got a rope. Gonna climb down like a crazy person. I figure it makes
Okay.
sense considering he has 6 or less curious and overconfidence 6 or less. So he's like, "Yep, let's see what's in here."
Who has traps?
I have traps. I picked it up last time. I'm not super awesome at it. I've only got an 11, but that's better than not having it at all.
What lighting effect did you get? Do you have a lantern?
We tossed a couple flares in there, but yeah, it might be a good idea for somebody to accompany the Nazi to get some lamps too.
Each flare burns for 30 minutes.
30 minutes, what, 5-yard radius, something like that?
Okay, well, if nobody else wants to do it, I guess I'll go back and grab a lantern just to get it done.
If I went back with one of the guys, only one of us might come back.
Might not
Well,
be
you've
you.
got the gun in your holster right now, so you're the only other armed one.
All right.
Me and
So
Dr. Sexy are going down though. She's armed.
okay, Willie, are you on the? Oh, hang on. Okay, Willie, are you on the map?
Yes. I should probably move it somewhere. I should be.
It's all
Right there, right.
dark for the rest of us.
Yep. You'll have to come on down. Who's coming down next?
Dr. Sexy. She said she was coming down next.
Yep, she's down there now.
Hey, how you doing?
Duke will go
Looks
down.
like Johnny will be last.
Well, Duke will go
Yeah,
down
yeah.
after the guys with the lamp turn up.
Okay, who else is going?
See?
down?
This is gonna be amazing.
Con ellos? Oh, okay. Oh,
Marissa will go ahead and go down.
I don't think we're gonna be able to fit 40 chariots in here. Unless there's another room.
So the gold hunter will come down. And Johnny, you went with the Oberleutnant to get another lantern. Okay. So what you see? What can you see at the moment? Or can you see anything at all?
Who?
The characters in the tomb. Marissa.
Looks kind of like a little illuminated area about the shape of an hourglass with a couple of wrapped mummies at the end.
Okay, so explain to you what you see here. So there is a chamber that you're in that you dropped into. And what you see as you come down, rappelling, is a bright glow emanating from the burial chamber. And it's so bright, it makes it impossible to really see much of the burial chamber's contents or even the room that you're in. But if you pick up flares, I'm just going to put some lighting effects on people.
You should, in the options, turn on the party vision and movement. That way we can actually click on whoever it is that is seeing this, and we can see what they see.
Okay, it's on.
Yep, I see it. Click on me.
Okay, so now can you see what Johnny sees? Or
Yeah, now
Willie?
Yes,
now I can see.
you do have to turn off.
Doesn't have to. I can keep messing with him.
He sure can. Okay, I'm going to. So, who's picking up a? Who's picking up a? Who's picking
Willie's
up?
got a flare. Yeah. What is the option that he needs to turn off? Brian.
Prove.
Oh, I've got it
approved
on.
movement or something.
I've got it on for a reason because I'm what?
Oh.
I just want to see who's all coming down. So you're picking up a torch, Marissa. Do you want to pick up a flare?
Yes.
Okay, so what you see around you now, some more details from the chamber you just dropped into.
How far down was that?
15 yards.
Damn.
That'll hurt when you fall.
So the central vault you're in is a large square room, and the corners of the room hold raised platforms, and each contains a solid gold chariot.
In corners?
Yep.
So there's only 4, not 40.
You got it. So contrary to legend,
And
there's only 4, not 40, but you can imagine what each of those would be worth because they're solid gold.
I could buy another couple houses.
Now, before we go any further, tell me where you would like to go beyond this point as you're waiting for the rest to arrive.
Let's see. Where do I want to go? I want to go all over the place, honestly, because he's super curious. But thinking archaeologically, probably want to start heading towards if there are, what is it? If they're like freaking mummies up there, probably want to head in that direction. Whatever way Dr. Sexy's going.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Sexy is going to move as you anticipated towards the mummies. And if you want to move forward, go ahead.
This is awesome.
Marissa is going to
Funk the
stay
German in the dark.
behind the doctor and the German with a hand on her holstered pistol.
Wait, you put it on the
Ready.
ground. You put them on the
No,
ground.
she
They're
did-
up there.
She did not. She was hiding. And they did not check her.
It'll be
All right.
fine.
Okay. So, so what you see ahead of you is a burial chamber with 2 mummies lying together on a raised platform at the end of the room. A mirror-like wall behind the mummies is made from some polished silver and what looks like flecks of crystal, which somehow create an intense bright glow that is actually difficult to directly stare at. Now, if you want to throw IQ rolls into the box, go for it.
Sure.
Sorry, I keep saying the box. I mean the chat box.
Oh. Okay. I liked the other roll, whatever it was, better.
Okay, Marissa, are you throwing an IQ check into the chat box?
Crap.
I would, but she's really not paying attention to what you guys are looking at. Her attention is focused on the two. She holds grudges, man. She is
Okay.
not keeping her eyes off of them.
Okay.
So
all right.
what you're saying is I shouldn't invite you to the wedding.
No. Not unless you decide you change your mind and you want her offed. Then
All right.
Marissa's got some
So
connections.
Margaret says, "This is amazing." She says, "There's no way that this light is reflected sunlight. Nothing could reflect light with that intensity." And she's going to step up and look more closely at the reflection.
And her face melts.
Well, I was probably going to do the same thing. So my face
Right.
might melt too.
You can if you wish.
Yeah, because he's stupid, super curious.
The gold hunter is going to stay down by the steps. He himself is not too keen on whatever's going on at the moment.
Nein, danke.
And as you look more closely, Willie, you can see that these crystals in the wall are actually emitting light.
Huh. The crystals are emitting light.
This is incredible. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. Have you?
No, I can't say that I have.
Very strange. Shall we turn our attention to the mummies?
Absolutely. I'll look at this one since I'm closer to it.
So the two mummies are wrapped in bleached white bandages that look still very new. It doesn't even look like decomposition has really affected these mummies.
That's a little odd.
And so at this point, Duke, Johnny has returned with the Oberleutnant and with the lanterns. And the Oberleutnant says, "Well, are you going to get in?"
Do you?
Duke, are you doing anything? Johnny, are you doing anything?
Well, Duke
Yeah,
says,
we're going in.
after you.
Yeah. Chicken. And so the Oberleutnant comes down.
This is going to be great. I just realized I put us into all a horrible, horrible situation here.
After the Nazi has gone down, Duke's going to quickly run over and grab his pistol, and then sort of hold it, or put it into his pocket or something like that, so it's hidden, and then he'll climb down after Johnny.
Okay.
If there's
Johnny,
anyone
are
else
you-
that dropped their weapons that were close to where Duke was, he'll rapidly pick that up as well.
No, you were mostly over there by yourself. Well, you were next to Marissa,
Yeah.
and she didn't put hers
So-
down.
Yeah. So you can pick up the one Nazi's pistol. Johnny, are you going down as well?
Yeah. Reluctantly, given the fact that the last time we went down into a big hole like this, we barely got out.
Johnny, make an IQ check.
And you're
Got
gonna
it.
fail this. Here comes the Testament of Viper, guys.
You
Uh,
you pause for a moment and go, well, what about that submachine gun?
well, if it's just right over there.
Which it is.
Why don't I just hey, I'm coming. 1 second.
You gotta tie my shoe. These are really big mummies.
So I've put Duke and Johnny and the Oberleutnant on the map now. And the Oberleutnant, he's going to already have moved up this way.
I don't see
Johnny, are
there.
Johnny, are you trying to hide the are you trying to hide the SMG?
Well, if I understand correctly, he had a sling on that or something. So I'm just gonna sling it on my back, and
And put your jacket over it.
well, just keep my back behind everybody.
Okay. So please move yourselves where you want to be in the tomb.
Now, do we have a lantern light source? I don't have a lantern light source.
Let me give you one.
Or did I need to grab that myself?
Since this
Uh-huh.
Duke has a lot of these flares, he's gonna crack out 3 or 4 of them and then just sort of toss them in the area so the place is well lit.
Okay. Good enough. So Johnny, yeah, just place yourselves where you want to be before we continue on.
Duke doesn't trust anyone, so he won't go any further than the Ober Lieutenant. So he doesn't want to have any Nazis at his back.
Okay. Patience, how about you?
Patience is kind of like the same thought process as Duke. He's not going to have that over lieutenant behind her, so she will stay, parallel to him and trying to keep the gold hunter in sight as well.
Okay. The Gold Hunter is keeping his eye on on Keller, but occasionally he just kind of rotates his head back to look at you guys. The two mummies. Okay, the two mummies. So the one that you're standing beside holds a glass-striped bronze crook and flail. And if you want, Willie, you can throw a History Egypt +2 roll openly, please.
+2. Okay. Wow, I needed that too.
And
Success by 0.
You clearly can identify this, even with your knowledge, that this is the body of Queen Hatshepsut, one of the
She's
greatest
really
pharaohs
tall.
of ancient Egypt.
She's really,
And,
really tall.
And Margarit agrees that this is the actual mummy of Hatshepsut.
Why is she so tall?
Because they've got stuff wrapped at their feet.
And so she says, so if this is Hatshepsut, then who? And she turns and walks over here. Who is this?
Bob,
Now,
her husband.
The second mummy is very well built. And now again, I didn't generate this map. So JC's text says here that the second mummy is well built and taller than the others. So perhaps the other one should be a little smaller in size. So this mummy looks to be not quite 7 feet in length.
Definitely tall.
And there is a fierce silver lioness mask covering its head. And if you look and peer at it more closely, which Margaret does, it's covered in thousands of tiny hieroglyphics. But again, if you want to make a History Egypt at -2 roll.
I don't want -2. Point of order. I actually do have. I did put a point in that I was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, whatever, as language. So he is semi-literate.
If you have hieroglyphics as well.
Yeah.
So the doctor looks down and says, hieroglyphics, and yet she points over at one place and you kind of point over at one place. You both spot anomalies in the symbols.
So it's gobbledygook.
If this was hieroglyphics, it'd be gibberish. And several of the glyphs are completely new and don't appear to be Egyptian whatsoever.
He's totally going to be scribbling notes in his little notepad and like drawing them.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
So she says, what was the Sekhmet? What did Sekhmet look like in art?
He was a lizard guy, wasn't he? I don't remember.
Sekhmet was
No,
a
he's
lion.
Lion.
She says, do you think we have found the tomb of the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet?
Or at least her mortal representative. Maybe a really powerful priest king that, pretended to be her.
Margaret says, well, let's have a peek, shall we?
Oh, God, here comes the horror.
And so she reaches down and carefully lifts the silver mask off of the mummy. And
Boogity.
what you see is an actual lion-headed being wrapped up in these wrappings. And it's completely unnatural. And both you and Margaret are going to have to make a fright check at -3.
Oh. So I don't think I'm about to go, ooh, I'm about to go, ah! Yep, I failed by 5.
Oof.
This is going to hurt.
Margaret seems remarkably composed.
That is totally not fair. Okay, so fright check Gothic horror. Are we using Gothic horror?
Why not?
Table? It's
Actually, did I load Gritty?
Yes.
Gritty is there, yes.
Yeah, let's use Gritty.
Okay. Let's see just how bad I effed up here. Oh, come on, stop rolling so high. Severe faint, awesome, for 2D minutes. Okay, so that means I'm going to be fainted. Oh my God, for 9 minutes. 1 hit point of
See you next week.
injury. No, he's totally toast. That's the wrong one.
God.
In
I love
addition, medium-term condition, obsession. Keep this random object or person utterly safe for 3D hours. Yeah, I want to keep Dr. Sexy utterly safe for 3D hours.
When you wake up.
Yeah.
Ah!
so so you see from your vantage point Willie leaning over the mummy, and you see Margaret do something, and then all of a sudden you hear this scream from Willie, and he just falls over backwards, passes out.
He's going to later insist that he inhaled something that knocked him out.
She's trying to kill him. Kill him.
At the sound of the scream, Johnny, what do you do? Because you're not seeing any of this.
Yeah, no, I was back there picking at the golden chariot, trying to determine whether or not it's real gold.
Oh, it's real gold. Solid
And then I'm
gold.
gonna hear him scream and not be able to see what's going on and assume the worst here. And I'm gonna come out with the sub gun pointed.
Okay, can you place yourself where you would come out?
That should work. The hell was that?
Okay. So basically Marguerite kind of looks over at Johnny or at Willie and says, Willie, what happened? And
Nosh goes suddenly silent.
oh, sorry, I'm here. I am. I'm acting out my actions and not holding on the Alt button. So what you see is you see Marguerite turn. She says, Willie, and you can see that she's holding something silver in her hands, and then she puts it down and kneels and starts to kind of go over and grab Willie's hand and start to slap his hand or try to wake him up.
Best
Basically, is
day
what she's
ever.
doing. So that's what she's doing. What are the rest of you doing?
Just being wary of the Nazis.
Okay.
Duke will say.
Thanks for not caring.
Duke will say. Do we see the lion head? The rest of us?
No,
We
you don't. No, not from that vantage point. You'd have to get up.
I want the Nazi gold hunter to rush up there and see that and do the same thing.
So
Because that would be hysterical.
Duke will call out, "What happened? Is he all right?"
Okay. Marissa and Patience, what are you doing?
Marissa is waiting to see what the two Germans do. She's not putting
Okay.
her back to them again.
Okay. Patience?
And Willie just fainted, right? Is that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Willie just passed
Far as
out.
you can tell.
He
Or
kind of
she
shrieked.
poisoned him.
He shrieked and he kind of passed out. And then you saw her turn and go, Willie, and kneel down and start to kind of pat his hand. And
That's right. She and I are now on a first name basis.
And then we did I see the mummy thing?
no, you'd have
Rush
to go
up
up
there and you
closer.
might be able to see it. Telling you, I totally want that Nazi gold hunter to rush up to check on his boss and go, and pass out. That'd be
So
hysterical.
I'll just yell out, "What's going on? Why did Willie, what's wrong with Willie?"
Okay. And Johnny, what do you do?
He is advancing with the submachine gun behind everybody, obviously, and basically doing the same thing. What the hell's going on up there?
Okay. And she says, Willie saw the face of the mummy. It's some creature. He's passed out. Please, I don't know what's happened. Willie, and she's shaking Willie. Willie, do you kind of you start coming around, buddy, because she's now getting your attention.
Lion person. Oh, hello.
And at this point, the body of Sekhmet is suddenly pulled up into the air as if by a wire. It floats.
I just
It
know I'm going to
floats.
fail another fright check
It
here.
floats upright in front of the large mirror wall, and its fingers are clenching spastically. And everyone will have to make a fright check now, but not at -3.
That's not fair.
Let's make it at -2.
Great.
Except for
I'm
Willie.
gonna...
Willie, you get to make it at your normal fright check because you've already seen this thing go wonky. So everybody, fright checks at -2.
Yes, I did
Is
not
that
fail.
Is that on our character sheet somewhere?
Yeah, check on other.
Other.
Check fright. You people need to start failing some more.
Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
Abilities. Other.
Yeah,
Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
there are degrees
And-
of failure.
Does
Okay.
it already have combat reflexes? I think it does on mine. Yep. Okay. There we go.
I'm calling shenanigans on you
Patience,
people.
success by 5.
Okay.
That is better. Thank you, Mel.
Of course.
You got it. So can you find
So
the gritty
you're
table,
gonna-
or do you want me to drop it for you?
Fright check +3 on the gritty table.
Let me see.
What was the submachine gun, by the way?
Thank you.
A submachine gun.
Let me drop it in for you.
Let's see. It's German. So what would that be?
I know what it is.
I just dropped it for you.
Or that.
Okay, Marissa, you're stunned for 1 second. Every second after that, roll versus unmodified will to snap out of it. In addition, you take a short-term condition, combat paralysis, for 2d seconds. So you tend to freeze up in combat situations and receive -2 to all fright checks.
Let me check some stuff because she's got some
Uh,
stuff for getting out of that.
Well, normally you can't have combat paralysis and combat reflexes. I wonder if it would just cancel each other out temporarily.
Yeah. So I would think so, right? You're not going to freeze up in combat, but you are stunned for the duration of the initial time.
All
Yeah,
right.
it says you can't have both. Do you want to roll again on that table? Because that seems to me to be, yeah, you can't have both.
All right, give me just a second.
Johnny, did you get that Bergman MP?
I did. And it actually worked correctly, too.
And
yeah, she's okay.
go ahead.
So
That's much better.
Okay, so
What?
you're still stunned for 2d seconds. And every second after that, you got to roll versus modified will. And then you're going to have mild catatonia for 2d seconds.
Oh, good God.
She's like doing the damn, I can't remember her name in the first Bourne movie. What? Why did he do that?
Why would he do that?
Okay.
all
Duke,
right,
I dropped
so
down.
so combat reflexes gives her. She doesn't freeze, and she gets +6 on IQ rolls to wake up or recover from surprise or mental stun. So I guess that I could roll for that 3 the 3 seconds to at least break stun early. Right? Hello?
So you're stunned for 2 seconds. Every second after that, roll versus your modified will to snap out of it. So I think once you're stunned, are you not stunned?
She never freezes, but she can get mental stun.
Yeah, I think she'll get she should get the bonus on the attempts to recover,
Yeah.
That's right.
I think.
So you'll be stunned for how many seconds did you roll initially?
I rolled again, so it's 3 for the second.
Okay. You'll be stunned for 3 seconds, and then you're going to have mild catatonia for 5 seconds.
Okay, well, the catatonia is going to take over the stun, I think. That seems a bit redundant, actually.
It's anyway. Okay, so mild catatonia. Once you break your stun, you would have to break your. Yeah, I see what you're getting at, Giger. To hell with it. We're just going to say you're stunned for 2 seconds, for 2d seconds, for the seconds you rolled.
Okay, so no roll to break it.
Just yeah. Once you're done the 2d seconds, you're finished. You can.
3
Okay.
seconds, then you roll.
Okay.
Duke, I gave you, I think, a pistol that you got off of one of the Nazis.
Duke picked up his own pistol.
Yeah, and then I think you picked up another guy's pistol. Did you not?
I did if it was near enough to his own.
Yeah. So you did. I gave you that other guy's pistol.
Okay.
Okay. So we are gonna go. So everybody else saved them their fright checks.
I call shenanigans.
We're going to take it in turn.
But the Nazi gold hunter, he failed his.
Good.
Does his face melt?
By how much? I can roll.
So he's going to lose. He loses 2 fatigue points, and he's going to be stunned for 6 seconds. And then he's got aphasia for 8 seconds after that. Did everyone hear that?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's the inability to express or understand speech. Is that the right? Is that right?
And if that's what it says on the table, that's what it is.
APHASIA.
Yep.
Loss of ability to understand or express speech. It's awesome. I want
And the other
guy
Nazi, he lost
quickly
his roll.
Come on, big money.
We don't need
And
to
he
microbes.
rolled what Marissa initially rolled. So he's going to be stunned for 5 seconds, and he's going to have combat paralysis for 9 seconds.
Does he have combat reflexes?
Well, if he does, it was built into his. Well, good question. Yes.
Yeah, just because you had her reroll.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have combat
Good.
reflexes. Okay, so at this
You could
point,
add, if combat is going to potentially take place, you could add those effects to the combat tracker so you know when they expire.
Yeah, and you said I was recovering, but mine said it lasted minutes.
You're fine. You're fainting.
Yeah, it said severe
Yeah.
faint lasting for 2D minutes.
Yeah. Well,
That
I
would
guess
be
what
if
I'm
you
saying.
weren't,
Yeah.
awakened by
Okay,
someone else.
okay, that's cool.
He's just being easy on you.
Yeah. If you were lying there and nobody was attending to you, for sure.
Well,
The
So the Nazi
there are
TPK
gold
worse
kinda-
hunter,
there are worse
the Nazi,
places to wake up than your head in this chick's lap.
the Nazi gold hunter and the Oberleutnant are stunned. And
Can you
Willie,
remove
you're.
the unconscious dead
Yep.
from mine? Thank you.
Yep. I'm going to do that. And who else is stunned? Marissa, you were stunned, were you not?
Yes, for 3 seconds.
Ooh, that is the duration for the temporary obsession.
Okay.
It said roll 3D for 3D hours.
Damn.
Okay, so we've got through all the fright checks, correct?
Yep, and not enough people failed. You guys are letting me down.
Okay, so you see this mummy upright, facing the wall, facing the crystals, and while that is happening, you start to see it disintegrate at an expedited rate. Everybody make a health roll.
Okay. Before we get there, as soon as that thing starts floating up out of the sarcophagus, Johnny's gonna let loose
On what?
on the floaty thing. I don't know what the hell
Okay.
that is, but it's not supposed to do that. He's just gonna pull the
Okay.
trigger.
Okay.
I am almost disappointed I succeeded on my health check by 1, unless there's like minus 12 on it.
Nope, it's just a straight health roll.
Some of you need to fail. Yes, thank you, Johnny. Thank you, patience. I want to see what happens.
Margaret failed.
Isn't she supposed to be a god?
Who? The mummy
Yes.
or Margaret?
Margaret's totally a goddess.
The mummy.
Sekhmet is technically a god, yes.
So if
Supposedly a
Sekhmet,
god.
if Sekhmet starts
Supposedly
talking and
god.
says, "Are you a god?" we all say yes.
There it is. Yes, exactly. For those who failed, for those of you who failed,
Did the Nazis fail?
yeah,
Is it just quick question, is it something that would cause unconsciousness, either supernatural or otherwise?
no.
Okay, just want to make sure. So yeah, she failed.
The Nazis, all the Nazis fail. Okay, so
I can fix her, though.
what you all just took was a 20 rad burst of radiation.
Ugh.
And you're not going to suffer this until an hour. No, you're not going to suffer this until health hours later. But each of you roll 1d6, please.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
The ones that
Those-
succeeded or failed, or
The one
everyone.
who failed. All right. Everyone who failed, roll 1d6.
It makes perfect sense for me, because I'm thinking it's probably emitting from those weird glowy crystals, and the doctor is like leaning over me, so she absorbed my my rads.
So for those of you who failed your health roll, after your health and hours, you are each going to suffer what you rolled there in
Damn,
a
Marissa.
loss of dex, IQ, and fatigue points, and you're going to gain hemophilia, and that will wear off in a few days. For those who succeeded in their health checks,
We're fine.
you're going to suffer 1d of injury health hours later.
Okay.
Great. I'm going to take 3 points later.
I'll roll later.
But I
But,
roll
oh my
now.
god. That thing's nuclear.
So, Johnny, do you want to fire on the floating mummy, please?
How many seconds of fire would you like me to apply?
Well,
Empty
how
that
many
magazine,
seconds?
bro.
How many seconds do you want?
He will mag dump it.
Okay.
That will be 4 seconds.
Now, just give me a second here. Oh my.
I think you broke him, Daniel.
Got everything set up. If you want me to go ahead and roll it.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Oh,
a
It's gonna be
3.
like that today.
critical success.
Telling you, you're like shooting, and the goddess is going to go, "Are you shooting at me?"
Yeah,
Really?
it's probably gonna go like that.
So, okay. This thing can only be shot on full auto.
Yep.
So you empty the clip, correct?
The magazine,
No,
yes.
he emptied the magazine.
The emptied the magazine. The bullets fly and pepper the body of the mummy as it's disintegrating because of this burst of radiation. It's all happening simultaneously with people screaming and being stunned. And just as you finish that clip and empty it,
It blows my head off, doesn't it?
Oh my
Lord.
god. You killed Mr. Manhattan.
Yep, need to fix that, Brian.
I think that's actually already fixed. Just hasn't been published yet because I'm still fixing other things.
Well, you need to publish that. Oh, crap. Skeletal Servants and Tomb Guardians. This is going to end great.
I don't think we're gonna
Oh,
make it
man.
out of this.
It'll be fine.
it'll be just fine. Now, are you wishing you hadn't emptied that magazine into the
Well, you know.
body of that mummy?
He's going to run over and, steal another magazine from the lieutenant.
I think Patience would have shot as well if she would have had the chance.
So, yeah, let's start. We're going to just have a very quick little combat, or you guys can try and run for the exit.
Well, see, the thing is, the exit is a rope.
And some of us failed our fright checks and were sort of incapacitated.
Yeah.
Also, we
What's
suck
my
at climbing.
loyalty to you guys?
What's that?
I'm checking my loyalty though to the group.
To the group. Okay.
Well, due to the results of my failed fright check, Willie's primary obsession is to get Dr. Sexy out of here and keep her safe for 16 hours.
Yeah, Duke has no particular loyalty to the group. He's able to save himself if it gets to that.
Ay, ay, ay.
Well, this will be interesting.
Okay.
I already know what my first action's going to be. I need a weapon.
Marissa,
Well, there's that.
you're stunned, are you?
Yep, she's stunned.
Solange, over to you. You heard something burst
Solange.
through a wall behind you. You heard something burst from a wall behind you.
Uh-oh, this sounds like... Do we have to do another fright check?
No.
Well,
Okay,
it would be in combat anyway if it did.
So let's do a fast draw pistol attempt.
Success.
Success by 2. And she will. So does she see? Like if she's like she hears the sound, she looks. She can see these 2 things, right? Skeletal servants. And if that's the case, she's going to start firing on that closest one.
Go for it.
All right. So I think I have what is my rate of fire? 3.
Shoot
Combat.
it in the head.
Where's my combat? Ranged. I don't really have it set up, so I think I have to just roll 3 times. Or no, I guess rate of fire is 3, recoil 2.
It should do it automatically.
Okay. And then I don't see the, I didn't apply the range penalty, if any.
Yeah. I believe
Success
it's
by
-1.
8. Success by 8. So I believe all 3 shots hit.
Okay. Roll your damage.
All right. 3 times damage. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I think I rolled 4 by accident. 1. Oh no, I rolled 3. So 10 damage, 13 damage, 9 damage, small piercing.
No, you did roll
Okay.
4. 6,
I did
10,
roll 4.
13, 9.
So your bullets smash into skeletal servant number 2. The bullets burst through its dead, desiccated body. It spins around and falls to the ground.
And you know what? For some reason I must have clicked on the wrong thing. Sorry. Because it's supposed to be 2 dice minus 1 is what my damage
Well, it's
says.
okay. It's all
Okay.
we're all done with that one. Okay.
You had
Sorry.
extra juice on that.
So Margaret had failed her check. No, I don't think she had. No, she hadn't.
Yeah, you said the
Did she-
second
did
one.
she fail
all
it?
of the Nazis failed.
Ah, that's right. They all failed. So
No, wait, that was health. That was health, not fright.
right, that was health, not fright.
Yeah, the
So-
two Nazi guys failed fright checks.
So Marguerite is going to draw her pistol. She doesn't have fast draw, so she takes this turn to draw her pistol. Duke, what do you do?
Duke will draw his pistol, and he'll be saying, "We gotta get out of here."
Okay. Johnny, there's a skeletal servant right behind you.
I presume Johnny's got the presence of mind to realize this weapon is empty.
Well, now you have a club.
So now I have a club, and not a very good one. Which I don't know how that works.
Do some fisticuffs.
You know what? let's kick this thing for starters, and then I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Kick. Right in the bony crotch. Not literally though, because I don't want to have to roll that. Oh, I should have.
Nice.
Success by 5.
Damage.
I
Damage.
seem to recall you can also butt stroke at skill -2 or something like that.
There are things, yes. I just have to figure it out. So he's not defending then?
No.
Let's see. This kick doesn't have boots. No, he's not wearing boots. Damn it. He has shiny shoes. Well, at least it rolled well.
Damn,
Hey,
5
5
points.
crushing.
You really kicked him.
Lifted him off the ground a bit.
Fear
You
gave
sure
you some
did.
wings.
Nazi Gold Hunter is stunned. Nazi Oberlieutenant is stunned. Tomb Guardian 1. Woohoo!
Hey, Tomb Guardian 1, there's a Nazi Gold Hunter right there. You should eat him.
Tomb Guardian 2. Willie, what do you do?
All right. So, since at what point in the getting up from the faint is he?
Let's say he's like sitting upright with your legs out.
Okay, so he will scramble to his feet while telling the doctor, got to get you out of here. Although he's eyeing that that mummy. You said she had didn't she have something? I seem to
She
recall some
has-
descriptive text.
Basically, she has a like a shepherd's crook.
Can we tell what it's made out of?
It's glass. It's not going to be much of a weapon.
But it's possibly better than nothing. But he's scrambling to his feet this turn.
Sure.
Gotta
Okay.
get you out of here.
Skeletal Servant 1 will attack Johnny. With its large ceremonial knife. Swinging at Johnny. Possibly hitting Johnny.
Johnny is possibly dodging that. I am going to fall back on that, I believe. I'll take the +3.
Oh my lord.
And wow.
Denied.
It'll be like that today.
Do you have what?
I don't believe he does. No, he does not.
That's too bad.
Well, here we go again.
Johnny, you take
All the
1
damage.
point of cutting damage, which I think doesn't even get through your leather jacket.
That's true. It will not. For
Dude,
shame.
this thing just cut your jacket.
You're not going to get a TPK like that.
Son of a bitch must pay. Oh dear. It looks bad for the heroes. Damn, there are 10 of them?
No. No, there are not.
I see 1, 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
You don't see those.
Ooh, great. We're going to get ambushed on our way out again.
All right. skeletal servant 7 comes to Duke. Tries to
Oh my
swipe at
god, they're
Duke
coming out of the walls.
with his large ceremonial. Possibly hits.
Retreating dodge. Succeed by 3.
Excellent. One comes towards Patience, but doesn't quite get to her. Marissa, still stunned.
Yep. Round 2.
Solange, your turn.
Are these like skeletons? Like actual? Do they look like bones?
Yep, they're skeletal.
Okay. But my shots seem to be effective last time, so she's gonna empty her, or not empty, but she's gonna do again 3 rounds. Bam, bam.
Okay.
If I want to do a move and attack, so it's a -2 for my bulk.
I believe that's
forget
correct.
I forget how much I can move. Is it full move? But she's gonna
Yep.
fire first. So
Okay.
1, 2, 3. So success by 3, by 4, and success by 4. So I think all 2 shots hit on the first.
Wait, why did you do it that way?
Sorry, I messed up. I got confused. So 2 shots hit, right?
Okay,
Success
so
by
Yeah.
3 on
maximum
the
of
first
2.
one.
Yeah, you
Maximum-
just ignore the other 2 and go on the first
Yeah.
one.
All right, so
I was
maximum
rolling
of 2
3
hit.
times. Sorry, I forgot the
Okay.
recoil.
All right, so this one is going to try to dodge and fails. So land your blows, please.
Okay, so two hits, right? 1, 2. Piercing, small piercing of 10 and a 4.
Okay.
2, 3.
Okay. So the skeletal servant.
And she's yelling as well, like, let's get the fuck out of here, everybody, you know, in her language, which I forget what it is now. French native.
Okay. Marguerite.
So she's cursing in French, you said?
She's telling
I'm
everybody.
reminded of the second Matrix, where it's like cursing in French is like wiping your ass with silk.
Something like that.
Marguerite is going to aim at Tomb Guardian 2.
How come Marguerite's red now?
They were red as soon as or earlier.
I had changed their color because you weren't entirely sure they were complete enemies. But then when they showed up with guns drawn, I changed them back to red.
Right.
It's fine. I can fix her.
Duke.
He will then spy the servant sort of blocking his path, and he'll fire 2 shots.
Okay.
Man, you
And
guys
just-
are just
and just-
bailing. What's up with that?
Just so you know, Duke, I implemented your unluckiness on that danger sense roll from earlier in the game.
Ha.
Damn it.
Okay. Yeah, take your shots on Servant 1.
So that's only 2 shots.
Okay, Servant 1 is going to try and dodge. And succeeds by 1. Does that mean 1 bullet gets through?
Nope.
Nope. He'll dodge
Dodges
both.
2.
Oh, dodges 2.
Succeed by
Okay.
0, dodges 1. And then
Yes.
each additional
Right,
success.
that's it. Okay.
Damn you.
Johnny Talon.
Right. Dude, your girlfriend is up there. She's not doing anything. You just gonna leave her?
Yeah, that's a reasonably good point, actually. I probably shouldn't.
I mean, it makes
well, let's
perfect
see. What
sense
kind of presence
for,
of mind does he have? He is
make
impulsive,
perfect sense
so-
for Duke to rush after patients. I mean, both of them are super suspicious.
That's true. They're sort of co-suspicious. Let's see. I figure if he's being impulsive, he's probably not thinking about the people around him. So
Bunch of jackholes.
he is got the presence of mind to think about stuff like that. All right. So Duke is engaging number 1. So I guess Johnny's going to take that opportunity to run over here and grab Marissa and hopefully pull her along.
Righto.
And that'll be him.
Nazi Gold Hunter is still stunned. Nazi Oberleutnant is still stunned. It's interesting. The rounds have not been counting, unfortunately, on this tracker. I don't know why. Tomb Guardian 1 moves and attacks Nazi Gold Hunter with his Koppish.
I think Willie's about to die.
He succeeds. Nazi Gold Hunter is stunned, so his reaction will be at -4 for defense, correct?
For mental
I
stun.
think
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, 4.
He fails his dodge.
Oh no, not the poor Nazi.
He takes 7 cutting as the blade sinks into his
That's gonna
chest.
hurt.
So that's like 12, correct? Yeah.
Oh no, not the Nazi. And then I'm already going crap.
He
I'm gonna
goes
take
down
this.
like a sack of potatoes. Unconscious. Tomb Guardian 2. And he is going to attack Johnny with his Kopesh.
That seems bad.
And makes it just by 2. Actually, that's a move and attack. He fails. Sorry. He fails.
Swish.
Willie.
Willie is going to scramble over here and grab that that glass, whatever it is, because he does not have a weapon.
Okay.
And who knows? Maybe he'll get unbelievably lucky, and they'll react as if it's some sort of royal thingamadoohickey. Don't expect that's going to happen. Expect I'm going to die horribly.
Skeletal Servant 1 goes after Duke. Steps and attacks with its knife. Possibly hits.
Retreat, dodge. Succeed
Success.
by 5.
Skeletal Servant 10. Marissa with his knife.
She's still stunned, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, we're in kind of a bad spot here.
Possibly hits. So you're going to have to dodge at -4.
Sorry, I'm trying to find my character sheet and all the pile of stuff I have open. That's a fail. Oh, wait, no, -4. So I guess success by 2.
Excellent. I think your combat
Why was that
reflexes
+6?
is already built into your dodge at 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're not getting a +6 on that. You would get a.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had
left
already
a mod on
preloaded
there.
that. Yeah, I'd preloaded that for when I was able to actually try to break stun. So that's
Correct.
a fail.
Okay. And he does one cutting on you. Do you have a leather jacket?
No, she just has ordinary clothes.
Okay. So you take 1 point of damage. Skeletal Server 7 launches forward and attacks the Nazi. That's exactly something like that. Attacks the Nazi. Possibly hits. And hits the Oberleutnant. And does 1 point of damage. Woohoo.
Okay.
Skeletal Servant 8 advances on Patience. And number 9 advances on the other Nazi. Possibly hits. He will try to dodge. Fails miserably. Oh, this one, 5 points of damage, slamming into his chest.
Oh no, not the Nazi.
So he drops to his knees. back to Marissa. Are you finished with being stunned, do you think?
Nope. This is the last round.
Okay. Solange.
Okay, Solange will, assuming she had one in the chamber. I don't know if that was common practice back in those days. She's got 3 shots left, and she will
Okay.
empty out the rest of her magazine on servant number 8.
Is it a magazine or is it a revolver?
It's a magazine. It's a Mauser C14.
Okay. I just checking.
Is that the broom handle?
I don't think it is, but
No, I'm
go
not
for
sure what that is, but I know what it looks like. Okay, so it's a -1 for range, I believe, at 4 yards. And I will roll once this time. Success by 2 hits.
Let's see if he can dodge.
Oh, it already took the range into account, and I put a
And
-1 in there.
he succeeded by 0, which means 1 hit gets through.
Yep.
Okay, roll your damage.
Damn.
9 small piercing damage.
Okay.
And then she will
Yeah,
also
that's
take
all.
a step back.
That small piercing does not do much against these
No,
creatures.
it's probably not going to do much.
Margaret has taken aim on Tomb Guardian 2, and Margaret will step and fire.
That was bold of her.
So hold on, but before you move on, if you don't mind. So I'm noticing now, like the first guy that I shot, he went down, but now this one is not. So
Yeah,
are my bullets being ineffective?
yeah, because effectively I forgot about your small piercing damage on the first guy, so you got a freebie there.
Okay. So she's gonna notice that by now, I think, and just kind of maybe give up on the gun and again scream at the group. This time she'll be smart and think about it in English and say, "Let's get out of here." Again.
So maximum 2 hits on the Guardian from behind. He doesn't get a chance to dodge. Six on the first attack. 3 on the second, but it's piercing small, so right? The bullets hardly do anything to these guys, the small piercing ones.
Well, they are very small bullets.
That is true. Duke, what do you do?
Taking a move and attack as he runs towards the exit. I'll take 1 step there.
They don't have any vitals. They don't have any brains.
So that's the point that he's going to shoot.
Okay.
And then he's going to continue running.
Johnny.
Okay, well, I didn't get this square chin for nothing. Johnny is going to... I'm going to say this is going to have to be all out. it's a little weird. I'm going to grab Marissa by the arm, yank her back, and take her place.
Okay.
More or less like so.
Righto. The Nazi Oberleutnant is on his knees and is still stunned. Tomb Guardian 1 is looking up at Willie and takes a step. Tomb Guardian 2 felt the bullets hit the back and spins around to look at Margaret. Willie, do you know
With
Egyptian?
this, yes, a little bit. Well, I don't speak Egyptian. He will scramble there, holding that sort of flail thing.
Okay.
So that's pretty much all he can really do. Move.
Galville Servant 1 turns in place and wants to follow Duke. Servant 10 equally looks over at Willie and takes a step forward. 7 is going to attack the Oberleutnant again.
Well, things are looking bad for the heroes.
And the Oberleutnant fails his dodge. And the knife plunges into his chest, killing him. And number 8 is going to close in on Patience. And try to make an attack while moving, which would be -4, I believe.
Yeah.
Capped at 9. Unless they have fatigue.
Oh man, last time they only moved 3.
And misses you. Well, don't presume that the GM has them moving at their full speed all the time.
Shall
And
not presume.
remember, sometimes they're lurching, sometimes they're moving. Number 9 sees Willie and takes a step forward. Marissa.
All right. So now she can make the IQ roll to come out of stun, right?
You got it.
Okay. So I'll just roll it and add a +6.
She seems unlikely to fail this,
Big bucks, no whammies. Whoa.
though she did try.
I did
Oh,
try,
plus
but
6.
+6, so success by 3.
There you go.
Oh my
You're
God.
unstunned.
Now, does
You're
the
on-
other effect that she had still apply? Because I looked it up and it'll change how she reacts to things.
Is that the
Yeah.
catatonia?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what does the catatonia do?
So it says when it came up, it says slave mentality. So I looked up the slave mentality at the page reference again. So basically, she can't do anything without a direct order from somebody who is like a leader type. If she tries to do something, it's like a -8 to her IQ roll to overcome the catatonia.
Okay.
Interesting.
So
That's not what I thought catatonia was.
yeah, it's from the description. That's all I got.
So, in effect, you'd have to look for someone to lead you to do something.
Yep, they have to give her a direct order.
Okay.
So she's going to stand there unless somebody tells her, go here, get out of here, etc.
Sounds like Johnny's got something to do next turn.
I thought Johnny
Indeed.
was Johnny not already telling her, snap out of it, run?
Well, he grabbed her. He's probably talking to her at the same time, but I haven't been very specific about it.
Gotcha.
Solange.
All
What
right.
do you do, Solange?
Well, gosh.
You got fast draw knife.
I
You've got
do.
brawling. You got brawling.
This thing
Kick him
does.
in the
Does this thing
nuts.
have a? Does it have a weapon?
It does. Yes, it has a knife. You've got
Knife.
disarming.
I mean, it's a skeleton. Crying out loud! I don't think
Pull its arm off and beat him with it.
Kick it, punch it.
I think
Punch
she's
it,
gonna be
kick
like,
it.
ah,
Your
pistol
brawling's
whip it.
15. My God. Punch it.
Yeah, but it's a
Pistol whip
skeleton.
works.
Well,
Yeah, so she's gonna.
meta skeletons are vulnerable to crushing damage, so you do double damage.
Well, it depends on the
If that's
skeletons that the
regular,
GM makes,
yeah, it depends on these skeletons.
Yes,
right?
that's true.
But she doesn't know that. But she's just like, what the fuck? This thing ain't dying. Its bullets are just pinging off the little bones in its body. We're all gonna die. So she's gonna look around as. Well, no. She'll pistol whip it. She'll hit it with its pistol, and then she'll move in it and then move. So I guess a move and attack. Can she do that?
Where
Like
is
hit
the
it and then move.
where is the actual rope thing? Is that
In-
like here?
That's where it is.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I don't think Willie's getting out of this one.
Well, so I guess a brawling.
Aha.
I'm not sure what to roll.
Brawling, make a brawling or dex roll to hit. Damage is thrust -1, crushing, plus the absolute value of bulk.
For like the weapon.
Yeah.
Hit it with. All right, so let's roll punch. Right, punch.
Done. And it doesn't dodge.
Okay, so then 1d -1 crushing plus my bulk of 2. So that's what I'm rolling.
Yep.
So 6 crushing damage
Damn.
with the.
All right.
And then
You whacked that
and then
damn thing
she's
pretty good.
and then
Yeah,
she's
she
running.
did.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How much damage do you do?
6 crushing.
Okay, you visibly wallop it, and it
Yeah, I think the bright spot back in that room is the hole.
all right, so you clock it a good one,
She got the rope.
and it falls to the ground, gonzo. Margarit is behind you and says, say something in Egyptian. Say, and she mutters, halt or I command you, something like that. Duke.
Since this is a pulp adventure, Duke's going to get an idea, and he's going to pull one of the flares out of his pocket, intending to shove it into the eye socket and shooting it when he gets the opportunity.
Awesome. So you're going to ready a flare.
Taking a step back.
All right. Johnny.
All right, two things. First thing, he tells Marissa to stay behind me. And second thing is Tomb Guardian 2 apparently just turned his back on me.
That's right.
So I am totally going to brain this guy.
Okay.
So I've got the submachine gun by the barrel, two-handed axe mace. I absolutely suck with it, but I am going to hit it in the head.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see, which I am going to do the -5 for the skull from behind. This will be telegraphic. This will also be all out. Because I'm going to need it. So, +4, +8 total, -5 is +3. That gets me a frickin' 10. Ugh. Well, here we go. I don't think I can squeeze any more out of that. Oh, big money. Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes. Nice. Now, is it in its rear hex or is you attacking from a side hex?
Damn it. That is technically a side hex.
All right. So dodging from a
Assuming the arrow
side.
is correct.
Yeah. Dodging from a side hex or from a side attack is what?
-2.
-2?
Well, it's going to be +2 because that was telegraphed.
Yeah.
Well, that was
But it
wasted.
misses. But it misses. So do your damage.
Oh, okay. It wasn't wasted. To the brain. Skull, whatever. 8 points.
8 points crushing.
Yeah. So that still gets the DR for the skull. I don't know if I had a helmet thing on. If it even has a brain.
You give it a solid schwunk. And it definitely, its head like bangs forward.
How good a state of repair is this submachine gun?
It's in excellent condition.
So we'll call that a health of 12.
Tomb Guardian 1 takes a step forward.
All good.
All good. Tomb Guardian 2 takes a step forward. Willie, make a language roll.
Yeah.
Make a language roll. Don't fail.
There's no language roll.
That's right. Sorry. No language.
Well, what's the
maybe history Egypt would make sense there, but I am following her instructions because I suspect she's better at it than I am.
All right. So what do you say in Egyptian?
Halt, I command you. And he's like holding both the flail and the crook crossed like the pharaohs are always shown holding them.
And in that very instant, the Tomb Guardians drop to a knee. The Skeletal Servant 10 drops to a knee. Skeletal Servant 9 drops to a knee. 7 drops to a knee. And 1 drops to a knee.
Check it out. I'm now a pharaoh.
That means you have to put on the beard.
You're
And
a pharaoh.
And Margarit
Damn
says,
it. Now I wish I had that image of the Willie image. I would totally add the ridiculous beard.
Margarit says, now let's get out of here, Willie.
Yes, gotta get you out of here. Let's get out of here.
So, Solange, if you want to start climbing, you better start climbing.
What's gonna happen?
You don't know, but
She's not gonna climb. I don't think she has like a hesitation. She's like not
Nope.
inherently selfish. and she doesn't want to leave her associates.
How weird is that?
How weird is that? Okay. Next person. Who's acting next? Because at this point we're not in combat.
Duke.
Okay. Ah. I can't see.
I removed everybody from the tracker.
Yep. The Tomb Guardian said, "Nah, bro, we're gonna do this." And they snapped, and it got completely dark in here.
So, you're all going to make it to the rope, or is
Crap,
Willie
that
going to
worked.
command them? Or is Willie going to command them to kill everybody so you and Margaret can walk away with the gold?
No, but he is going to, whisper to her and say, "How do I tell them to go back to sleep?"
And she says, "I don't know. Just go back to the rope."
Yeah. I figure we're like, backing around them, to make sure they're not going to do that. Yeah, but
And
it's just
so-
like, because his ancient Egyptian is garbage. It's not great. He only has a point in it, so
And
he's
s-
like,
And so they stay in place as commanded as you back your way out. What are the others doing?
Johnny is backing toward the rope. Says, "Good job. Keep doing that." And he will shepherd Marissa toward the rope as well and try to get her up.
Okay. So basically, the two Germans are left dead and bleeding on the tomb.
Yep.
The Guardians simply remain where they were told. They do turn to watch where you're going, but they don't make any efforts to go after you. You get to the rope, and everyone climbs up the rope,
Willie
except
being
that
the last.
Willie has to be the last. And so this is where
Hey, Willie, maybe you could tell him to bring one of the chariots up for us, yeah?
Shh.
so they're not going to do anything until Willie has to start climbing and figure out how he's going to do that with those items.
Yep. That's why I'm like, he's struggling with his with the Egyptian, but he is gonna try to tell them to return to sleep, which
And just
may not work.
just as you say those words, they stand up and remove themselves to the walls in which they had been ensconced for thousands of years.
Then he's gonna jam those things into his pocket and start desperately trying to climb up. Pull me up!
Those of us that are already up there will be pulling him up.
And you come out of the tomb successfully, and Margaret looks at you, Willie, and says, "Oh, you're such a good man, Willie. Thank you so much."
Yeah,
Man,
wait
there
for
was a
her
lot
to
of gold
shove
down
her.
there.
Well, yeah, but I'm certain we can find some way to get it out.
And as you say that, this plane starts to come in, and Marguerite says, "Ah, my rescue has arrived." And she gets up and brushes herself off and says, "I'm too important to be taken captured. Would you like to fly back to Berlin with me, Willie, or am I free to go?"
Well, I have no reason to stop you, although you are hanging with a bad crowd.
It's true, we're not really enemies right now.
You could do better.
She says, "Very well. I wish you all well.
He'll
If you
totally
can,
give her his address. He's like, give me a call if you're in the States.
She winks at you and says, "I'll find you, Willie. I'll find you." And she turns around and runs off to catch her plane,
Please do
leaving
not shoot her, patient.
leaving you all to wonder how you survived that.
Holding the bag.
Because Willie was a big damned hero. That's how we survived it.
Hey, I was about to take a big hit.
I was
So-
totally expecting those things to come up there and just lay me out.
So I'm going to go right to the outro. I hope you've been sitting comfortably and have enjoyed the pulpy goodness of this GURPS Cliffhangers adventure. JC Connors, I know you're going to be going, that's not how I wrote it, but hey, this is how I'm ending it. If you enjoyed this adventure, head on over to www.oneshotadventures.com and see the entire collection of modules you can download for free. If you
See
have any
how badly we
questions,
screwed it up.
corrections, or suggestions, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Please consider liking and subscribing to our YouTube channel and Twitch channel. And thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye-bye.
We need like music.
Bye.
You could always sing for us.
No, don't.
Sing very well.
Hey, I
Thank you very
couldn't-
much.